Appreciate that.
I just grow more and more respect for
Thank you. Appreciate that.
tonight.
Thank you.
I'm just like, it'll be a long night.
Good evening. Welcome to West Hollywood City Council meeting.
Hello.
Good evening. We're going to get tonight's meeting started with an urgency item. If you may please take your seats. Our meeting's coming to a start. Thank you. We're going to begin tonight's meeting with an urgency item, item AA, teleconference meeting attendance request pursuant to AB 2449. The City Council will consider a request under AB 2449 to allow attendance via teleconference from Mayor Erickson. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you very much. The city received a request today to allow Mayor Erickson to participate in the meeting virtually through Zoom, and there's a process that we have to go through before the meeting starts in order to be able to do that. So we need to confirm that at least a quorum of the legislative body is present. They are here. We have a two-way audio-visual platform by which the public and Mayor Erickson can participate. We know that Mayor Erickson requested under the Just Cause provision of AB 2449 to participate tonight due to illness. So, and City Clerk, can we confirm that Mayor Erickson has not used 2449 for Just Cause reasons more than 2 times this year?
He has not used AB 2449 this year.
Thank you very much. So in order to add this to the agenda, I need 2 motions from the City Council, please. The first one is to add the urgency item to the agenda. So we need the City Council to find that the request came to the attention of the city after the agenda was posted. It came to the city's attention today, and that the request requires immediate action, which it does for him to participate tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'll do a voice vote. Councilmember Howman?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Councilmember Shine?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers?
Aye.
And
Thank
the
you.
motion passes.
And then the second motion we'll need is to allow Mayor Erickson to participate via teleconference. So we'll need a motion and a second and a vote on that as well.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Howman and a second from Councilmember Shine. I will now do a voice vote. Councilmember Howman?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Councilmember Shine?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers?
Aye.
And the motion passes. I would like to indicate for the council and the public that because Mayor Erickson is participating via teleconference and using AB 2449, that all votes this evening will have to be voice votes. So we will not be using Granicus. And as you can see, Mayor Erickson will keep his camera on throughout tonight's proceedings, and everything will be done via Zoom tonight. Thank you.
And one last question for the mayor. Can you confirm if there's any adults 18 years or older in the room with you?
Does Winnie count?
Winnie does not count.
Okay, sorry, kiddo. Then yes, you're good.
Okay, thank you. We may proceed.
Thank you. And that also explains my attendance in this role tonight. So it's an honor to be with you all. This meeting's officially begun. I'm going to ask Nick Roybal to join us to read the city's land acknowledgement. Thank you.
The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino, Tongva, and Gabrielino Quiche peoples.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm calling this meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. Can we have Sophia Gaz to the front for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Sophia. City Clerk, we may have a roll call.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Present.
Mayor Erickson. And we have a quorum. Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any changes from staff to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Staff is requesting that item B as in boy 11 be tabled this evening.
B11 tabled. And are there any changes from my colleagues?
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes?
Sorry, it's like the wonderful Wizard of Oz up here. I would like to move to consent my direct appointment to rent stabilization. I'll be appointing Rena Goldman. I believe the city clerk said we could do this at the beginning.
Yes, that's correct.
Terrific. And Councilmember Heilman, you also have an appointment?
Yes, I'm appointing Caitlin McCaffrey.
Thank you.
Terrific.
And that will be for a term ending February 28th, 2025.
Are there any further changes to the agenda? Okay.
Seeing none, may I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Councilmember Shine.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
Mayor Erickson. And we have an agenda for this evening as amended.
Terrific. Levine Act disclosures. Do my colleagues have any Levine Act disclosures to share tonight?
No.
And
No.
None up top. Okay, great. Adjournment motions. Do my colleagues have any adjournment motions for this evening?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The adjournment motion this evening is for Ed Hobenstricker, who was Michael King's brother-in-law. Ed Hobenstricker died August 5th after living with cancer for over 4 years. Ed's ancestors migrated from Germany during the 1840s to escape religious persecution. They and a small handful of other families settled in a colony in east central Michigan, which they named Frankenmuth, German for Courage of the Franconians. Nearly 200 years later, a notable number of Frankenmuth residents trace their ancestry back to these founding families. While attending Michigan State, his sister Kathy and her roommate double dated with Ed and his brother Mark. In both cases, it turned out to be, in Yiddish, beshert, destiny. Sometime after graduating, Kathy and Ed were married in Frankenmuth's Memorial Park Rose Garden during the week of Labor Day 1985. Their outdoor ceremony was memorable for at least two things: its beautiful setting and the sauna-like weather. Ed and Kathy were due to celebrate 39 years together next month. In addition to Kathy, Ed is survived by son Brad and daughter Taylor, 3 young grandchildren, as well as Ed's brothers, their wives, including Michigan State roommate Monica, and numerous nieces and nephews. We extend our sincerest condolences to Michael and the entire King family during this difficult time. May his memory be a blessing to all who were fortunate enough to have known him.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. Do any of my colleagues have any further?
Yes, I request that we adjourn in memory of Craig Scott Simon, a local attorney, the father of Rebecca Simon. He was very active in the community, practiced law for many years, and I would request we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you. I believe we have just one presentation tonight, so I'm going to ask our audience to give one more round of applause to Miss Sophia Gause for doing such an incredible job with the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
You did great, Sophia.
Okay, we will move forward with public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at that time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing, which is later. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the city clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement or your writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have for first public comment?
We have 16 speakers.
Terrific. So 16 will go over the allotted 20 minutes.
I will stop us or I will notify the council when we've hit 20 minutes and
We'll
you
see
can
where
make a
we're at.
determination at that time.
Perfect.
Since we're not using Granicus tonight, I'll call speakers on behalf of Vice Mayor. Our first speaker for public comment speaking on a consent item is Mikey Friedman. And everyone, if you could please state your name and city of residence when you come up to speak, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mikey Friedman, WeHo. Our mayor brought flowers to the last DAB meeting, smiled and swore that people with disabilities are valued, a grand gesture, and yet his decisions say otherwise. I think people with disabilities would prefer hearing him say, I have good news. Scooters and robots are off the sidewalks and we're not taking away 65 parking spaces. You're safer now. That's way better than flowers. But no. The $8 million California Air Resources Grant Plan, which is called CARB, which our city wants so desperately, and the Vision Zero plan only mentions bikes. Apparently, they need to include them to get the money. They both talk about helping disabled pedestrians, but only by widening the sidewalks and crosswalks. Scooters and delivery robots aren't even mentioned. I was stopped at a light the other day, and I counted 12 Lime scooters blocking the crosswalks. Exactly how will CARB and Vision Zero deal with that unsafe mess? The hypocrisy is astounding, especially since Disabilities Pride Month was last month and Disabilities Awareness Month is in October. Chelsea, you own a scooter or a bike? You'd be a non-dumping environmental champion if you did. By the way, how did you get to the Gardner Fountain loss of parking spaces meeting last Thursday? Just curious. Scooter, bike, Uber? And those of you council members who own a car, if someone told you they were taking away your parking space, how would you handle it? Would you vote for option A, losing parking spaces, or would you give option B a little more consideration, asking staff to figure out a way to keep your and our spaces? We need independent leaders who will fight for our safety, not those who just give us lip service and flowers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Our next speaker will be Sam Salk. Sam Salk, to be followed by Lynn White.
Sam Salk, West Hollywood. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Sam Salk. I'm speaking today as a concerned mother and Gardner Street resident who cares deeply about the safety and practicality of our city streets. While I understand and support efforts to promote cycling as an environmentally friendly mode of transportation, I oppose the removal of valuable parking spaces to make way for new bike lanes. As a parent, safety is always my top priority. Eliminating parking spaces will force parents to spend more time circling looking for parking in areas that are less safe for children, increasing the risk of accidents. We are not just talking about inconveniences, we are talking about real dangers to our kids and the most vulnerable members of our community. Every time we enter a crosswalk, I tell my 6-year-old son to look twice, not just for cars, but for scooters and bikes because they blow through the stop signs. Moreover, we must consider whether this plan is truly necessary. From what I've observed, the number of cyclists using these particular streets does not seem to justify the removal of parking spaces. It feels like we are being asked to sacrifice valuable parking without a clear, demonstrated need. This affects not only parents, but also our local businesses, residents, and visitors who rely on these parking spots daily. Instead of rushing to remove parking, let's take a closer look at the data. Are there enough cyclists to warrant this change? If not, can we explore alternative solutions that address everyone's needs? I urge the council to consider the impact on all community members and to ensure that any changes made truly reflect the needs of our city. Let's find a balanced solution that promotes safety and accessibility for everyone. We were told this vote could be rescinded, so let's reconsider and rescind this vote now. I love West Hollywood, and I feel so lucky to be able to raise a child here, but if this goes through, you will be forcing people to leave. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn White, to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Lynn White, West Hollywood. Good evening. I come here once again to express my opposition to the proposed plans for bike lanes as part of the Willoughby, Vista Gardner, and Fountain projects. I've lived on Gardner Street for years. The number of bikes traveling by my house on a daily basis is few and far between. The same cannot be said for cars and emergency vehicles. To drastically change a streetscape for a bike lane on Gardner seems to be quite an overreach. Our neighborhoods have seen changes in recent years, more and more residents moving in, more crime, more unhoused. Taking away parking and lanes of travel seems unsafe and unwise. There is no alternative to where people should park. Please don't say Plumber Park. Unsecured parking lots become a hotbed of theft activity, and to move your car by 6 a.m. the next day does not work for almost anyone's schedule. And where do they move it to? We are all very aware of the shooting that happened in the 1100 block of North Gardner. I can only take solace that my tenant, Sam, and her 6-year-old son were able to park in the tandem driveway space and did not have to walk anywhere near the event. If those spaces are gone, then there is no safe environment for them if they have to park blocks away, assuming they could even find a spot. We all talk about quality of life, asking people to just accept that they will not be able to park safely by their residences on a daily basis improves no one's quality of life. Causing undue congestion on the roads due to lanes being taken away improves no one's quality of life. People trying to get home to their families after a long day of work. Emergency vehicles attempting to respond to a call. Whose life is made better by any of this? The person waiting for the ambulance? Should I tell our gardener he lost his business because there's no longer a space for him to park? What about plumbers, electricians, delivery vehicles, trash cans, trash pickup? When the council majority voted to go ahead with 1A, none of the residents these areas were given any chance to voice concerns or collaborate in any sort of way with design. Yet council majority, showing, I must say, great lack of concern and compassion for the residents, voted to approve anyway.
Thank you, Lynn. Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, now is the time to please rescind the vote.
Thank you.
Let's start again.
Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Oops, just lost it. Hold on. Yeah, sure. Don't write it down on paper. Find it on your phone. Sorry. Here it is. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. In regard to the grant, it states, quote, funded projects are designed to be implemented with community residents to address community needs. The residents of Gardner were not included and were not even informed about the loss of parking. Eligible project communities were required to have more than 50% of the geographic area within a low-income or disadvantaged community consensus tract. And at least 50% of the total proposed budget was required to fund projects located in those census tracts. City staff identified 3 West Hollywood East Side census tracts that fell within the criterion and 3 active or upcoming projects that aligned with the eligible project types. Considering the East Side, as many people have, a lower income and blighted areas, then we really have to stop building the housing over there where the apartments are $4,000 for a one-bedroom, and the studios are $3,000. Putting a particularly unforgiving spin on it, Council seems to be relying on our community to obtain this funding, but it's disregarding our community's needs, apparently contravening the spirit of the grant, if not its express terms. You know, I feel that government is supposed to use our money, our tax money, to make our lives better, but not to press particular politicians' agendas. Thank you.
Steve Martin, to be followed by Victor Omolchenko. Steve Martin, to be followed by Victor Omolchenko.
Good evening, Council. Steve Martin, West Hollywood. At the last council meeting, you'll recall the city pollster made a report, and he indicated that the majority of the high-propensity voters that he spoke to believed that the city was moving in the wrong direction. Now, in the 40 years I've been involved in the city, we've seen lots of divisive issues, a lot of things that people have passionately disagreed about. But I don't believe there's ever been a time where the majority of people actually believe that the city is moving in the wrong direction. Now, I don't know if it's issues like Fountain or the taking away of the parking on Gardner, but people do feel their concerns are being dismissed. Recently, we were having discussion on crime, and Mayor Erickson indicated his biggest concern was fear-mongering. Now, residents have come to this council, victims of crime have come to this council to complain about law enforcement. Recently, there were 3 guys who were held up at by an assault weapon on Larrabee in Santa Monica, came here. I don't think those people were here to foster fear-mongering. And when someone in your position accuses the public of fear-mongering rather than honestly addressing people's concerns, something is very wrong with this city. Now that kind of response trivializes our concerns, our public safety. It's not a mature response, and it's not one that the residents deserve. So all I'm asking is that when we come here, we be treated with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Victor Omolchenko, to be followed by Annie Gianfacente.
Did you call me?
Yes, I did.
Good evening. My name is Victor Omolchenko, and I'm a long-time resident of West Hollywood, going on a quarter of a century. And let me tell you, it's kind of hot in here. Boy, you know, I feel recently it's been sort of like open season on bicycling. And I just wanted to thank the City Council for having funded the open streets that we had last week during Ciclavia when Hollywood met the West Hollywoods. Now, I believe in bicycling, but I also believe in pedestrian safety, making our city walkable, that there is room for compromise. All of these issues about bicycling, bicycle lanes, pedestrians and walkability, motorists and their car. This is an evolving issue. I understand that some grants have been proposed, but there's still time for this discussion ongoing, and as a community, I think we can all get together and compromise in some way. It's not just one thing, it's the whole gamut of public safety. 1 second. 2 weeks ago, we had National Night Out. The #1 priority in this city is public safety. And that's why I ask you to look at this, and I also thank you. I said I was going to talk about #2, the ballot propositions. Those are good propositions that you are being asked to say yes on. I think you should, but I also think we should have a full-throated community discussion on Proposition 36, which appears to build on Assembly Member Richard Zboor's wonderfully passed Assembly Bill 2493, which kind of lessens the impacts of Proposition 47, which made a lot of changes to our penal code in that. But this Proposition 36, we should have a
Thank you,
full-throated
Victor.
community discussion about
Thank you,
what its
Victor. Thank you,
impacts
Victor.
are, and I would love for it to be agendized.
Annie
Proposition
Jump-Vicente,
36.
to be
you,
followed by
Victor.
Kevin Burton. Annie, are you going
Annie.
to come up? Annie, are you going to come speak? Yes. To be followed by Kevin Burton.
I don't know. Whatever agenda everyone else has been speaking on about this this money thing, yeah, I heard Gardner was going to be taken away. You know what's really funny is I ride a bike on there every single day, and it seems like there's no cars around ever for me to go. If there's like if there's cars at the crosswalk, I've actually sent you videos of people just speeding the fuck through that stop sign anyway. So what's the big deal? John Erickson, the big fucking head watching over everybody, on December 25th, 2022, after I ran into you on the park. On Christmas or the day after, someone on Gardner and that crosswalk tried to fucking kill me and called me a faggot and then tried to kill me. I apologize for all the language all the time, but the problem is I get called a faggot and nearly die. So if I have to deal with it, I think everyone else should fucking deal with it too. Every time I go into the crosswalk, when I was at Ciclavia, don't worry, I tagged you all in this new Instagram post, Trans Rescue Action, go look it up. When I was at Ciclavia, I got harassed. Bicyclists told me I was a fucking danger. I was sitting in a goddamn chair in one spot, helping pedestrians cross a crosswalk. And you'll see in that video that pedestrians nearly got hit all the time in crosswalks while they were trying to get by. Chelsea, you know that crosswalk. You watch me be a crossing guard over there for nothing because that's a need that needs to be fulfilled and none of you fucking do it. None of you do it. You just let people get the fuck hit. Even bicyclists, when drivers are bicyclists, they act the exact same. It's about private property. If you own wheels, you demand space of the road. There's no space for people to walk anymore. I sat in a chair and got the cops called on me. What the fuck is that about? I had to use a megaphone to make sure that people wouldn't fucking hit me. People rode by me telling me I'm dangerous. They rode back again to try to hit me. I got high fives from other people. Why couldn't I get those? I had organizers come by. And the funny thing is, the second time the organizer came around and goes, oh, PD already knows you're fucking here. You all keep track of me, don't you?
Thank you, Annie. Kevin Burton, to be followed by Jimmy Palmieri.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood, and I'm with the Bicycle Coalition. I want to thank the city and city staff for holding a community meeting last week in Plummer Park to discuss primarily the bike lanes that are proposed for Vista and Gardner, although that is a component of a much larger project that includes Willoughby Avenue and Kings Road. Bike lanes are proposed on Vista and Gardner because they're so wide, unlike neighboring streets. So that was the logical choice to connect Willoughby and Fountain. Willoughby is too narrow, so bike lanes have never been proposed for Willoughby, despite what you might read in the press. And no loss of parking is anticipated for either Willoughby or Kings. Now, getting back to Vista Gardner, this project has been discussed since 2017 when a different council than the one at the days today designated bike lanes on those two streets, these wide streets, as a very high priority for the city. And there have been several meetings in person and online since 2017 over these exactly 7 years next month. And the first meeting was a neighborhood meeting in Plummer Park. Those of us who lived in that area attended that meeting, had a lot of local residents, but it's a pity that apparently several of the local residents did not attend, nor have they followed any of the extensive process since that time. And we hope they will follow the city's meetings more closely in the future. Now, having said that, I will agree with the community that it would be very helpful to hear more about the city's plans
Kevin.
to minimize the impact on
Thank you,
parking.
Kevin.
And I'm confident that that can
Palmieri.
happen. Thank you.
To be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jimmy Palmieri, member of the Human Services Commission. And I'm sure that you know about this time that about every month we come to give you a little bit of an update on the services that we're providing. As you may know, one of the roles of a Human Services Commissioner is to attend City Council meetings and share important information with the community about the vital social services provided by the city's nonprofit agency partners. Overdose Awareness Day is observed annually on August 31st. It serves to promote harm reduction practices and honor the lives that we've lost to overdose. In 2023, the Centers for Disease Control reported 107,543 overdose deaths in the United States. Alarmingly, 70% of these deaths involve synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl, which we're all aware of, I think. In Los Angeles County, accidental fentanyl deaths surged by 1,280%, from 109 deaths in 2016 to 1,910 deaths in 2022. It's important to note that the accidental overdose deaths caused by fentanyl can be prevented. Fentanyl test strips are a harm reduction tool that can detect trace amounts of fentanyl in substances, providing an indication of their potential lethality before use. Additionally, a life-saving medication called naloxone can reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. We provide the current services. The city collaborates with nonprofit Being Alive, who recently opened the new Harm Reduction Center in West Hollywood. The center provides syringe exchange, free naloxone, including free nasal Narcan, harm reduction supplies, risk reduction counseling, and support services. The Los Angeles.
Thank you, Jimmy. Sorry, that's the 2-minute speaker, because I don't have a timer.
This is done?
You're done.
All right, well, give this to the council.
Thank you. Will do. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk,
Kathy,
how much time is left?
I'm sorry?
How much time is left?
When Kathy Blavis speaks, we will have reached our 20 minutes.
Thank you. I'm trying, I lost count. Sorry, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Hi, good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. At the Vista Gardner Street neighborhood meeting last Thursday night, George Nickel brought up the fact that in the now tabled consent item 11 for a state grant, the 84-page staff report stated that the bike mobility plan was scheduled to start in 2025. And yet at that same meeting, various staff members and even Vice Mayor Byers stated that the plan was just a draft and it would be years before it would be started. This begs the question, which is it? Another question I have is whom is staff taking direction? From whom staff is taking direction? I'm trying to understand. Council wants community input and outreach, especially regarding the bike plan. And it has been acknowledged that the community was never notified. And staff has stated over and over again that they act at the direction of council. Then who is responsible for the postcards and mailing sent to residents omitting the actual language of loss of parking? Instead, euphemisms like parking considerations, parking reconfiguration was used, and at whose direction? And just to put things in its proper perspective, a reminder that had not residents gotten involved, there would not have been any subsequent neighborhood meetings. This plan would have gone through, period. Is the object to keep us uninformed? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Byers, we have surpassed our 20 minutes. Now we still have 12 individuals for general public comment. We have received all public comment for consent calendar items. So The council may either continue to hear the public comment, or we can move those 12 individuals to the second public comment period.
I think we have a long agenda, Vice Mayor Byers, so I think they should be moved to the second comment period if we've done all the consent calendar. That's my recommendation.
General public comment, so they're not speaking on anything on the agenda tonight.
They are not speaking on anything on the agenda.
Melissa, how many speakers do we have on the public hearing item?
That I have entered, currently we were at 49.
Okay, thank you.
So do we agree we should?
I do. I agree moving the general public commenters, because there's a lot of here that people hear for the public hearing, and I think they need to be heard, and then the others can wait till the end.
Okay.
I think there are only 20 minutes worth of commenters versus 50, which will be, what is that, a couple of hours? So I would rather get it out of the way and let the general commenters speak first.
I'm in favor of holding the general public comments to the end. I want to make sure that when we come to the public hearing item, we have sufficient time to hear the comments on that and also deliberate. So when we get to that item, I think we need to have a discussion about how we want to proceed, whether we want to give everyone 2 minutes, and have some agreement that we're not going to be making a decision at 3 in the morning like the Planning Commission did on this item.
So I hear consensus that we're moving these 12. Okay, so those individuals who signed up to speak for general public comment, you will be moved to the second public comment period at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Mayor. I can't anticipate, but you can watch on WehoTV and you'll know, and just know there's about a 90-second delay between where we are in chambers and what you're seeing on WehoTV.
So we will move on to the city manager's report then.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Byers. I do not have any report this evening.
Then we can move on to the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar. City Clerk, what is the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the removal of item B11 is $1.6 million in expenditures, $263,000 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. And with that, may I get a motion to approve tonight's consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Shine and a second from Councilmember Heilman to approve tonight's consent calendar. I will now do a voice vote. Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Councilmember Shine.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
Mayor Erickson.
Yes.
The consent calendar is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to item C1, our public hearing, request to redevelop a 0.92 acre commercial site with an 11-story and approximately 269,263 square foot mixed-use hotel and residential development located at 8850, 8878 Sunset Boulevard and 1025, 1029 Larrabee Street, West Hollywood. We are going to officially open the hearing. I need to ask if there are any disclosures from council members first.
Yes, I've spoken to several neighbors. I've spoken to the applicant and their representative. I've also spoken to a representative from the London Hotel, and I've been to the site many times.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
I drove around the site. I heard from the public about items contained in the staff report. The applicant's rep asked if they could walk me through the project, but I didn't feel it was necessary since I watched the first 3 hours of the Planning Commission meeting and also knew that they would be presenting the project for us tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I've also spoken to the reps for the applicant, the rep for the London. I've been to the site and also spoken with neighbors.
Mayor Erickson up there.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I've spoken to the applicant, I've spoken to members of the public about items in the staff report. I've spoken to a representative of the London, and then I have visited the site a number of times.
Terrific. I have spoken with the applicant. I watched the planning commission meeting. I visited the site, and I also spoke with the representative of the London. I believe that's all. I think, Madam City Clerk, I'm supposed to ask you how this hearing was noticed.
As required by law, Vice Mayor.
Perfect. So will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, or Vice Mayor, sorry. Before we do that, can we have a discussion about how we want to proceed with this hearing and maybe set some deadlines for ourselves when we're going to begin council discussion? Because I certainly don't want it to turn into the Planning Commission.
So if I may, what I was prepared to do was ask the staff to present and then ask the applicant to present and then allow us to do questions.
Okay, and then we can have that discussion then.
And then we'll allow the public to speak after those questions.
Oh, of course, but I think we need to decide amongst ourselves.
Yes, at that point.
Are we going to have 2-minute comments? Are we going to have 1.5-minute comments as we've sometimes done? So we need to have an idea from our city clerk how many people are actually here to speak.
Once I have the final list, I will let you know. And I think our goal was to get to the public as quickly as possible. Because again, we don't want to hear from the public at 11 o'clock at night. So
Great,
we hear you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to you for that final number and we'll start with our staff representatives for the project now. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and council members. Nick Marisich, Community Development Director. I'm joined by our Planning Manager for Current and Historic Preservation Planning, Jennifer Alkire, and Senior Planner Doug Vu, who's been the lead on this project. And Doug will be taking us through about a 15-minute staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. So the item before you is the proposed redevelopment of a nearly 1-acre block on the south side of Sunset Boulevard between San Vicente Boulevard and Larrabee Street. The City Council is being asked tonight to consider and make the following actions for the proposed project. That includes certification of the final environmental impact report, adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adoption of findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations. The second request is for the amendment of the Sunset Specific Plan to change the development standards that accommodate the proposed project. The next is the approval of a development agreement and a zoning map amendment in conjunction with the required public benefits for the new development and off-site advertising billboards. And the next are the land use entitlements, including a demolition permit, development permit, conditional use permits, sign permit, an administrative permit for the proposed project, and finally a vesting tentative tract map for the merger and commercial subdivision of the project site. So if I could have the presentation shown.
Doug, did you coordinate with Olivia the presentation? Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Thank you.
So the 39,983 square foot project site consists of 8 parcels located along the south side of Sunset Boulevard that span the entire block and contain approximately 260 feet of street frontage along Sunset Boulevard and 154 feet along both San Vicente Boulevard and Larrabee Street. This 0.92 acre site slopes downward approximately 10% from Sunset Boulevard to the south and is currently improved with 4 1- and 2-story commercial buildings that are currently or were last occupied by administrative office, personal services, restaurant, retail, and nightclub uses, including the Viper Room. The subject site also includes a commercial parking lot located behind the buildings and 4 roof-mounted billboards at the east and west corners of the property. The proposed project is located within the Sunset Boulevard commercial sub-area of the general plan, also known as the Sunset Strip, and is a renowned urban corridor with entertainment, restaurant, shopping, and hospitality destinations attracting visitors from around the country and abroad. The area surrounding the project site predominantly includes commercial retail, office, entertainment, and hotel buildings along Sunset Boulevard, and also multifamily dwellings to the north and south of this corridor. The London Hotel is located adjacent to the south of the project site. So the proposed project consists of an approximately 269,000 gross square foot mixed-use hotel and residential building, in which 228,000 square feet is located above grade, resulting in a floor area ratio, or FAR, of 5.70 to 1, and located above an additional 96,600 square foot underground parking and loading space garage with 5 basement levels. The building would contain 11 stories and be 161 feet in height to the main roof when measured from the lowest point of the site at the southeast corner of the property, and 138 feet in height above the sidewalk at the northwest corner on Sunset Boulevard. The commercial portion of the project includes a luxury hotel with 90 guest rooms and accessory meeting and event rooms, a personal services spa, a fitness room, hotel administration and service areas, 5 restaurant and cafe spaces, a bar and lounge, an outdoor pool and spa, as well as a small neighborhood-oriented retail space and nightclub for the Viper Room and its recording studio. The residential portion of the project includes 78 rental apartments that consist of 62 market rate and 16 affordable units, an amenity room, and an outdoor pool and terrace. To provide the needed vehicular parking, the proposed project includes 251 parking spaces on 4 of the 5 subterranean levels. So in this section view of the proposed buildings, I'll go from the bottom to the top. At levels B5 through B2 are underground parking spaces, residential storage rooms, hotel service areas, and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing spaces, as well as the loading dock, the green room for the Viper Room, as well as its recording studio, and also the long-term bicycle storage. So moving up at level B1 are the hotel and residential lobbies, hotel administration offices, fitness room and personal services spa, and the Viper Room nightclub. So this is a plan view of the basement level, and to address concerns regarding excess traffic on Larrabee Street, patrons of the hotel and commercial uses, as well as residents and their guests, would enter the development project exclusively from a driveway at the building's first basement level located on Larrabee Street. That includes a dedicated drop-off and pickup area for the Viper Room upon entry, followed by the drop-off and pickup area for the hotel patrons, residents and their guests, and then exit to the right from the driveway solely onto northbound San Vicente Boulevard. The ramp down to access the parking spaces at the lower levels is located past the hotel and residential drop-off area, pickup area, and the return ramp is located between these 2 drop-off and pickup areas. So at level 6, which is shown here, which is the street level, the hotel lobby at Sunset Boulevard is connected with a breezeway to a publicly accessible outdoor terrace, the hotel restaurant with bar and lounge, which is designated as restaurant number 1 on the left-hand side of the screen, and up to 3 additional restaurant and cafe spaces with outdoor dining, which are labeled as restaurants 2 and 3 and the cafe, and the Viper Room lobby on Sunset Boulevard. At the west elevation along Sunset Boulevard is a native soil garden and observation area that is a required public benefit for the billboards that I will describe a little bit later. So returning to the section view, levels 2 through 6 of the building include the residential apartments, which all contain private balconies. And as I mentioned earlier, they consist of 62 market rate dwellings and 16 permanently affordable units. And for the permanently affordable units, the breakup is 4 studios, 8 one-bedroom, 3 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom units that would be distributed throughout levels 2 through 5 of the building. Above these units, the hotel guest rooms will be located on levels 7 through 9. And above that, on level 10, is the hotel rooftop restaurant with outdoor dining and bar areas, as well as the hotel meeting and event rooms and the hotel's outdoor pool, spa, and terrace. Above that, on level 11, is the residential indoor amenity room, the residential outdoor pool and terrace, and various building MEP spaces. And the roof of the building would be vegetated, and on top of that is the county-required emergency-only helipad located about 5 feet above the main roof. So both the building and the site design have gone through multiple iterations with 2 landscape architecture and architectural teams. The alternative project that was submitted in February of 2022 introduced a singular building mass that was reviewed by the Planning Commission's Design Review Subcommittee. In response to comments by the subcommittee and ongoing discussions with staff, the applicant team made a number of substantive and small refinements to the design. The version of the project requesting approval proposes a singular building mass that is punctuated with that central breezeway that I mentioned earlier that extends southward from the public sidewalk to the rear landscape courtyard terrace that looks out onto the London Hotel. The north face of the building reflects a long, full-block mass with a singular treatment for a 240-foot length, making the building appear larger to the human eye. The ground floor is comprised of a series of street-facing restaurant spaces with opportunities for outdoor dining to enliven the project frontage along Sunset Boulevard. So undulating balconies around the full perimeter provide a more signature presence for the building volume. And the terrace roof decks for hotel and residential uses at the 2 topmost floors help to establish a strong silhouette in the skyline. At ground level, the secondary Viper Room entrance and pocket retail space on Larrabee Street with an elevated dining pocket terrace above would also help activate the eastern face better than was previously or originally proposed. And finally, a range of open spaces have been provided throughout the project, including open space for the hotel at the ground level and the 10th floor of the building, an upper roof terrace with indoor amenity space and pool decks at level 11, as I described earlier, which would be provided as the dedicated common open space for the residents. And as I mentioned, all of the dwelling units would contain private balconies. So on March 18th of 2019, the city adopted the innovative Sunset Boulevard offsite signage policy, which is the first comprehensive policy update specifically for billboards, tall walls, and other types of creative advertising along the Sunset Strip, which is a major economic engine for the city and has a long tradition of innovative and memorable signage. This policy update realizes the city's longstanding vision to enhance the unique traditions of Sunset Boulevard to integrate offsite signs, entertainment, and public art into the existing iconic and historic setting that results in a one-of-a-kind built environment that celebrates the city's creative identity. As a component of this project, the proposed full-motion animated and static billboards were granted a Sunset Boulevard Design Excellence Award in 2022. So the billboard faces are incorporated into the secondary facades of the proposed new building. The west-facing board at San Vicente Boulevard, shown here, is the full-motion animated billboard that measures 70 feet high by 28 feet and 7 inches wide, and has a screen area of 2,000 square feet, and would be located 89 feet high above grade at Sunset Boulevard. The east-facing board at Larrabee Street, shown here, is a static billboard that measures 40 feet high by 25 feet wide, has an area of 1,000 square feet, and is 65 feet in height above grade at Sunset Boulevard. So the proposed billboards substantially meet the relevant standards in the Sunset Boulevard offsite signage policy, but in occasions when projects do not strictly meet each standard listed, a proposal can be reviewed and approved as an alternative project. In this particular case, the billboards exceed the sign area and are therefore considered an alternative project that, if approved, would require an extraordinary community benefit. In this case, the extraordinary benefit for this project is an annual payment for a period of 10 years, which I'll describe a little bit later. So for this project, the applicant is requesting to increase the FAR, or the density for the site, from 2.75 to 5.70, and to increase the allowed height from 100 to 161 feet at the lowest point of the site, and 138 feet at the northwest corner along Sunset Boulevard, through an amendment to the Sunset-specific plan. In addition, the new billboards require placing the property in the development agreement overlay of the city's zoning map. So in order to amend the Sunset-specific plan and zoning map, the City Council must find that the proposed changes are consistent with the overall goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan and the Sunset-specific plan. The general plan's primary goal for the Sunset Boulevard commercial sub-area is to maintain Sunset Boulevard as a regional, national, and international destination for entertainment and the primary economic engine of the city. The proposed project is consistent with this goal because it would redevelop an underutilized block with a mixed-use development that contains a diversity of uses, including a hotel, nightclub, restaurants, cafe, and neighborhood serving retail that support both daytime and nighttime populations, as well as residential dwelling units that would further revitalize the area. The architectural design and orientation of the building would also contribute to the activation of Sunset Boulevard and maintain its identity as an eclectic urban environment with varied building heights and architectural styles. In addition, the publicly accessible elements such as the outdoor landscape terrace and an interactive native soil garden on San Vicente Boulevard would enhance the pedestrian experience along all three frontages of the project. The project would also support several other goals in the general plan that strive to maintain Sunset Boulevard as a regional, national, and international destination for entertainment, maintain a balanced mix and distribution of land uses that encourage strategic development opportunities, provide for an urban environment oriented and scaled to the pedestrian, expand the city's tax base to support fiscal stability, and allow for increased density and height for projects that provide for certain public benefits to the community. The City Council is also being asked tonight to make a decision regarding the adequacy of the environmental review and whether to certify the EIR for the project. CEQA guidelines define adequacy as having been prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. The EIR process is designed to inform the public and decision makers about potential impacts of a project and does not require a specific outcome, but requires that the city weigh the project benefits against any potential significant impacts, along with any potential changes to the project that could reduce those benefits before making a final decision. So the draft EIR for this project evaluated the environmental impacts related to topics that include air quality, cultural resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, population and housing, public services, transportation, tribal cultural resources, and finally, utilities and service systems. Based on the analysis in the draft EIR, the implementation of mitigation measures included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program would reduce impacts attributed to the project to less than significant levels, with the exception of construction noise during the demolition and construction phases of the project that would affect the adjacent London Hotel, both at the project level and cumulatively. As disclosed in your report and further elaborated upon in the memo from staff that was published earlier today, the Planning Commission's staff report incorrectly stated that the noise levels would remain significant and unavoidable during the demolition phase only. This statement was based on the modeling summary results that are identified in Table 3.9-7 of the draft EIR, which identifies the noise level, which is modeled at a fixed point located adjacent to the project's southern boundary that is representative of the guest rooms located along the north-facing exterior facade of the London Hotel. However, the narrative in the draft EIR further explains that the upper floors of the hotel would not receive the sound reduction benefits from the 24-foot-high sound barrier and noise wall and noise therefore would remain significant and unavoidable during periods throughout the project's construction phase. Therefore, notwithstanding the statement in the staff report, the record for the project demonstrates that construction noise received at the London Hotel would vary widely depending on the location and phase of construction, and the potential for noise to remain significant and unavoidable throughout the project's construction at the upper levels of the London Hotel is disclosed and described in the draft and final EIRs. Staff has been advised by the city attorney that although there was an error in the staff report and presentation, which was inconsistent with the rest of the record, the draft and final EIRs properly disclosed the significant and unavoidable construction noise impact at the London Hotel through the various phases of construction as described above. The proposed findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that were reviewed by the Planning Commission also accurately disclosed the construction noise impacts. As such, the extent of the significant and unavoidable construction noise impact was disclosed before the Planning Commission and in the record for their consideration in making their recommendation. Therefore, no reconsideration of the EIR by the Planning Commission is required. The City Council, as the decision-making body, is responsible for reviewing and considering a final EIR prior to project approval and making the necessary findings under state CEQA guidelines. The record, including the scope of the construction noise impact, is properly before the council for this de novo consideration, and any inconsistency in the record before the Planning Commission is remedied by the City Council's ultimate consideration and decision based on the full and accurate record. So the draft EIR included the consideration of a range of reasonable alternatives to the proposed project that would potentially reduce or eliminate the project's significant environmental effects while achieving the project objectives. And in the final EIR, an additional alternative, referred to as Alternative 4, the reduced height and density alternative, was introduced and is the project that is requesting approval by the applicant tonight. Since this alternative would generally be similar to the EIR proposed project, but modified to reduce the height and floor area and change the architectural design and vehicular circulation, the environmental impacts for this alternative are generally reduced relative to those identified for the proposed project, and it does not affect any impact conclusions in the draft EIR. CEQA guidelines require recirculation of an EIR prior to certification when new significant information is added to the EIR after public notice is given of the availability of the draft EIR for public review. New information added to an EIR is not considered significant unless the EIR is changed in a way that deprives the public of an opportunity to comment upon a substantial adverse environmental effect of the project or a feasible way to mitigate or avoid such an effect that the project's proponents have declined to implement. While some revisions and additions to the draft EIR were identified in the final EIR, none of the revisions resulted in new significant impacts. None of the revisions resulted in a substantial increase in the severity of an environmental impact identified in the draft EIR, where mitigation was already adopted to reduce such an impact to insignificance, and none of the revisions introduced a feasible project alternative or mitigation measure that would lessen the project's environmental impacts, but that the project's proponents have declined to adopt. Therefore, recirculation of the document is not required for Alternative 4, which again is the project that is requesting approval. So for a project that has significant and unavoidable impacts, CEQA guidelines allow an agency to weigh the benefits against the environmental risks of the project. If the specific benefits outweigh the adverse effects, they can be considered acceptable. So for this particular project, the benefits include that the project would assist the city of West Hollywood in achieving its regional housing needs allocation and is consistent with the state and local policies for the development of housing and affordable housing. Secondly, the project would provide community benefits through developing tax-generating uses, and the provision of monetary and in-kind public benefits that enhance a pedestrian-focused public realm. Third, the project would provide jobs within proximity to transit and improve the city's jobs-to-housing ratio. Fourth, the project would enhance Sunset Boulevard as the highest intensity area of West Hollywood through the redevelopment of an underutilized block with a thoughtfully designed project containing an integrated and vibrant mix of urban uses that would generate daytime and nighttime activity, activate the pedestrian environment, and support the reputation of the Sunset Strip as a national and international destination. And finally, the project would contribute to local, regional, and statewide goals for sustainable infill development. So on balance, these benefits outweigh the temporary noise impacts associated with the construction of the proposed project that would occur regardless of the type or use of the building being constructed. And all feasible mitigation measures are incorporated to reduce this impact as much as possible. Therefore, it is recommended that Council find that the benefits of the proposed project sufficiently offset the potential significant noise impact that it will cause. So to comply with the city's public benefits policy and sunset signage policy, the project includes two public benefits packages. The project public benefits package includes cash payments made at a specific project milestones, as shown on the screen, a transit occupancy tax override of 0.75% above the TOT required by the city. There is an approximately 825 square foot music history gallery on Sunset Boulevard, which would be open and free to the public, no less than 5 days per week during certain periods of time. And as I described earlier, the approximately 4,400 square foot terrace space on the south side of the street that would be open to the public daily. And so the total estimated value of the project benefits package is $17.87 million. And the second public benefits package is related to the signage for the project. And those components include an annual public benefit payment that is equal to a percentage of the gross revenue from both billboards. The extraordinary public benefit required for exceeding the policy standards, as I described earlier, because this is considered an alternative project. And then also, the billboards would be required to provide 17.5% of city content time for digital arts programming, civic announcements, and other special events. And so the total value or total payments of the public benefits for the signage component of the project is a little over $72 million over the 30-year term of the development agreement. So on April 18, 2024, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the project to Council with modifications to some of the conditions, as well as recommendations to the Council regarding some of the terms in the development agreement. Those specifically are identified in your staff report, but in terms of programmatic changes to the project, really the only change to the project is that the amount of parking was increased from 232 to 251 spaces, and it was increased in response to a condition from the Planning Commission that requires a minimum 1 parking space for each affordable dwelling unit. So in conclusion, the proposed project at 8850 Sunset Boulevard exceeds the currently permitted height and density on the subject site, and as I stated, would result in significant and unavoidable construction-related noise impacts. However, the project would redevelop an underutilized block along Sunset Boulevard with a thoughtfully designed building that would be constructed with high-quality materials and contain numerous uses that are prioritized in the West Hollywood General Plan and Sunset Specific Plan to provide housing, employment opportunities, and additional tax revenue contributing to the Sunset Strip as the city's primary economic engine and international destination. The project would also revitalize an entire block in a highly desirable neighborhood of not only West Hollywood, but the Los Angeles region, and enhance the pedestrian experience along Sunset Boulevard by providing active ground floor uses, an outdoor terrace, and garden with increased setbacks along San Vicente Boulevard. The project provides 78 units of housing, including 16 units of much-needed affordable housing that will help the city achieve its regional housing needs allocation. The project features the 2 new billboards, which were approved as part of the program to revitalize the Strip, and as such, will contribute to the city's unique and iconic identity and commitment to urban art. The height and scale of the development would not be out of context or character with the future 9-story commercial development at 8920 Sunset Boulevard. And finally, the benefits of the project would offset the significant and unavoidable construction noise impact. Therefore, based on the recommendation by the Planning Commission, the information contained in the report and the attachments, and subject to the findings and conditions of the approval in the resolution under Attachment B, staff recommends that the City Council certify the final EIR, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, amend the Sunset-specific plan and zoning map, and approve the subdivision and necessary project entitlements for the 8850 Sunset Boulevard project, including the amended conditions for the vesting tentative map that were included in the supplemental memo that was posted to the online agenda earlier today. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. We are going to move on to the applicant's presentation. Does the applicant or their representative wish to address? There you are. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. I don't think so.
Hang on, DJ. Olivia, can you turn up that mic, please? Thank you. Try it now, DJ.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Good evening. We'd actually like to request 20 minutes, but including rebuttal for our presentation.
I think that's what we had for you.
Yeah, great, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening, Vice Mayor Byers, Mayor Erickson, council members, DJ Moore, resident of Los Angeles, of Latham and Watkins, on behalf of the applicant, Silver Creek Development. I'm here this evening with members of our outstanding development team to present to you the 8850 Sunset Project. This project has a long history that provides really important context for what you're considering this evening. Silver Creek has had its roots in this city since 2018 when one of its principals and other key team members moved to West Hollywood and applied to redevelop this key city block on Sunset. The project has evolved substantially over almost 6 years in response to significant feedback we've received through the project's robust outreach process. This has included 3 neighborhood meetings, 2 design review subcommittee meetings, an extensive planning commission hearing this spring, and a full California Environmental Quality Act process that included an environmental impact report. This is on top of stakeholder meetings and door-to-door outreach in the surrounding neighborhood. The Planning Commission also made changes in its recommendation to approve the project, which have been incorporated into the development agreement and the conditions. The project before you today is the result of considerable efforts by this team to incorporate community input so that the project fits within the city's and the community's vision for the Strip. As I told the Planning Commission, I've worked on major projects in this city for 20 years, and this developer has made more material changes to its proposal to address feedback than almost any developer with whom I have worked. In order to understand that evolution, the slide in front of you, we need to first start with that design presented in 2018 and shown here. Next slide, please. That design had a 6-to-1 FAR, was 15 stories tall, measured almost 190 feet above Sunset, and had a larger hotel and smaller residential component. We received substantial feedback on that design, including that it was too tall and it did not fit within the Strip's character. Silver Creek heard those concerns, went back to the drawing board to revise the project to better align with the community's vision. Silver Creek hired a new architect, world-renowned Bernardo Fort Brescia at Architectonica, who has designed award-winning hotels, residential complexes, and museums. Architectonica's initial revised design is presented here. The 22 design presented a more compact building in keeping with the surrounding architecture on the Strip, provided more pedestrian options, and overall was less intense. As shown here, the height was substantially reduced. Next slide, please. Substantially reduced by 3 stories. An additional restaurant and space for the Viper Room were added, while keeping unit count and hotel rooms close to the same. Next slide, please. And again, we received important feedback. While more positive, some thought it was too linear. Others thought more neighborhood retail was needed, more accessible open space incorporated onto the ground floor. Silver Creek took those comments to heart, went back to the drawing board again to refine the design. What Silver Creek has now proposed and the Planning Commission recommended to you is really the culmination of almost 6 years of input. The building is shorter. There are substantially more residential units. The design has evolved so it is more fluid with usable undulating balconies on all 4 of the facades. The top 2 levels have been recessed to reduce building mass, meaning that there are only 8 full residential and hotel floors above the ground level. The revised project includes further reduced heights, more varied restaurant and cafe spaces at the ground level for different user types, more housing units, more affordable housing. A new circulation pattern was incorporated with the vehicular entrance off of Larrabee and on to San Vicente to avoid conflicts with the London Hotel. And here's how the revised design compares to the original. Overall building height is down by 50 feet. Residential units have almost doubled and are all rental, and hotel rooms have decreased. The project as proposed is fully within the scope of nearby development on Sunset. The height of the project's emergency helipad is 10 feet shorter than the nearby Additions helipad and rooftop bar down the street. The project's 5.7 FAR is also lower than the 5.89 FAR the city approved for the nearby Arts Club project. To provide you with more detail on how the project interacts with its surroundings, here's a brief fly-through video of the current project design presented by the project's architect.
The 11-story building with fluid balconies and green pockets creates a mesmerizing presence on the Sunset Strip. Terrace top floors soften the skyline, reducing the building's perceived height. A west-facing full-motion and east-facing static sign are designed to be fully unified with the architecture of the building. The reimagined Viper Room's entrance mirrors its classic legacy on the Sunset Strip and hosts the Music History Museum, a space that showcases the evolution of music. Storefront Variety promotes diverse tenants and financial inclusivity. At Larrabee, a convenient neighborhood retail store with walk-up access serves the local community. The reimagined Viper Room's entrance on Larrabee retains its legacy look. It porte-cochered with the entrance from Larrabee and different drop-off points for various functions will minimize congestion and avoid conflicts with the London Hotel, and link the hotel and residential areas back to Sunset Boulevard, improving overall connectivity. The corner of Sunset and San Vicente hosts Sunset on Sunset, an immersion garden with stepped native soil planters enhancing the steep walk and experience. An accessible observation deck offers sweeping views to the city beyond. The building setback widens the sidewalk along Sunset Boulevard. A softly lit glass ribbon above Sunset adds energy to the strip, reduces the visual height of the ground level, and enhances the pedestrian experience. Located mid-block, a central breezeway opens to an urban park accessible to the public, enriching and diversifying the streetscape. The sunlit park, adorned with planters and seating, provides an urban retreat, steps from bustling Sunset Boulevard, and contributing to a distinct sense of placemaking.
Now I want to provide a quick overview of the building program. This diagram shows the overall building, including 5 floors of residential use above the ground level, then 3 stories of hotel, and the 2 recessed hotel and residential amenity spaces at the top. Starting at the B2 level on the south side of the site is a dedicated loading ramp that leads down from Larrabee to the subterranean level. All loading and trash operations are enclosed and behind a roll-up door that is in the red box. Looking at the B1 level, which is a floor below Sunset where the project's vehicular entrance is located, you have the Viper Room entrance, the hotel and residential lobbies, and the wellness center and spa area. The sunset level includes a diversity of spaces, from the hotel, restaurant, and bar on the left at the Sunset and San Vicente corner, the hotel lobby area and breezeway that lead to a publicly accessible terrace in the center, two smaller spaces to the right to promote smaller, fast casual type uses, the Viper Room Music History Museum, and a restaurant on the Sunset and Larrabee corner on the right. All of these spaces have been studied as restaurants so that the greatest potential intensity was analyzed, but also could be retail depending on market demand. Residential uses are on floors 2 to 6. Here's an example of a residential floor plate showing studios, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, along with inclusionary housing units dispersed throughout, consistent with city policy. Next, we have a sample hotel floor. The 90 hotel keys are spread across levels 7 to 9. Finally, floor 10 includes the hotel pool area, a restaurant, and the conference meeting space that the Planning Commission conditioned to control the size of events. The 11th floor is the amenity space for residents, including a pool, rec space, and common kitchen area for all residents, topped by a green roof and the emergency helipad. Moving back down to the sunset level, the project is designed to allow the public realm to permeate through the site on both sides and through the center, where there will be large accordion sliding doors on Sunset that will be open to a large breezeway providing public access to an outdoor accessible terrace facing south. Here is an image of that large opening that breaks up the building scale and the storefronts on Sunset. Through the breezeway, the public terrace provides an important sanctuary from the bustling urban landscape on the Strip. The terrace and breezeway would include landscape planters and seating areas that must remain open for the public until 7 p.m. daily as the Planning Commission conditioned. The project also includes a reimagined Viper Room space, maintaining many of the features of the existing Viper, including the original neon sign, iconic awning shape over the entrance, the black exterior facade that contrasts with the surrounding building. As a public benefit, the project includes various memorabilia from the original Viper in a public music history gallery that will be open at least 5 days a week free of charge. Per the Planning Commission's request, the gallery exhibitions will be changed at least every 12 months. The applicant not only owns the Viper Room, but the brand itself, and there has been consistent intent to revitalize the Viper on this site while maintaining its authenticity and soul, such as the bathroom sticker wall of all the previous bands that have played at the Viper, which will be incorporated into the new project. And here's a view of the diversity of storefronts along Sunset with the breezeway in the center and the Viper and their music history gallery entrance to the left. In addition, a neighborhood-serving retail space was added to the Larrabee frontage adjacent to the Viper Room in direct response to design review and neighbor feedback. Both of these uses help break up the building and provide interest and activity along Larrabee. Starting at Sunset and San Vicente, a publicly accessible observation deck and native soil immersion garden have been incorporated to further activate this side of the project, providing additional opportunities to engage the public realm at street level. There will be 5 immersive signage totems located on the primary deck, as well as leading down San Vicente. This educational signage will inform visitors about the environmental importance of protecting and expanding native soil conditions, particularly in urban landscapes, and educate visitors on the components of a native habitat. The signage also includes QR codes for plant and pollinator identification and other virtual engagement. Braille and textured imagery is going to be included for the visually impaired. The project includes 2 iconic signs that were described by staff that are integrated into the building facade. They replace 3 existing signs that total 3,000 square feet. First, a 2,000 square foot LED full motion west-facing sign shown here has been designed to flow seamlessly into the project's undulating balconies. The 1,000 square foot east-facing sign is well incorporated into the building's architecture and would be static for 30 days using either backlit or LED technology. The EIR confirms there will be no lighting impacts as a result of the signs, which fully comply with the city's off-site signage policy. The development agreement provides the city with a signage public benefit of $71 million over 30 years, an extraordinary public benefit, and combined with other benefits required under the development agreement, the total package for the city is almost $90 million without taking into consideration the normal transient occupancy tax the city will receive from the project's hotel. The DA also requires the ground floor be maintained at a 50% occupancy. Next, I'd like to go over parking and circulation, which has incorporated feedback from the Planning Commission. The project meets code parking requirements and per the Planning Commission's request, now provides at least one parking space for every residential unit. The project's internal circulation plan has also been thoroughly analyzed, and as I mentioned earlier, all vehicular ingress occurs off of Larrabee to avoid potential conflicts with the London. There are at least 10 spaces for valet queuing and drop-off in the Port Cochere area during normal operations, which the queuing study concluded can accommodate normal peak drop-offs without creating any queues onto Larrabee. The analysis is conservative because it assumes that all rideshare drop-offs happen in this area. The project applicant has also proposed to purchase evening use of 2-meter spaces on Sunset for rideshare drop-offs. And for major special events, valet drop-off can be moved to the B2 level, providing queuing capacity for 18 cars, which is more capacity than was required for Robertson Lane, which had a 700-person ballroom. I'd like to close with the project's interaction with the London. Consistent with the Sunset Specifics plan's intent, the project does not turn its back on the London. The rear facade has a fully formed design with articulation and step backs at the roof, and the building facade is about 25 feet from the property line at all points. The final EIR explains that despite all feasible mitigation, including sound walls, restriction on equipment operation, stricter noise limits before 9 a.m., impacts at the London, primarily at upper floor balconies, will be significant and unavoidable, as staff explained at various points throughout the construction process. While several community members have suggested additional mitigation options, the city and its consultants have determined they are not feasible. However, the applicant is working cooperatively with the London, and together we are developing a plan to address noise and vibration monitoring and other measures that will help address the London's concerns, subject to entering into a final agreement. The project team is proud of the support we have earned. Our experienced outreach team conveyed accurate facts through door-to-door efforts and events, and we have the support of over 400 actual West Hollywood residents. We are also proud of our work with Unite Here that will ensure quality, permanent hospitality jobs in this project for years to come. We have mitigated potential environmental effects to the maximum extent feasible and have reached the fundamental terms of an agreement with the London, the only neighbor experiencing significant and unavoidable impacts. We have made substantial changes in response to feedback, reduced the project, reoriented traffic, and have minimized potential concerns. We respectfully request you approve the project tonight, consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and would like to reserve our remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you so much.
Pretty good on time.
Thank you. That was the 15 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we know we're going to get to public comments soon. That is our goal. So at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if you have any questions for either staff or the applicant. And this is the part where we'll really need to manage our questions so we can get to the public quickly. I think I'll start with Councilmember Meister, if that's okay. Okay.
Sure.
Great.
I don't know how quick I'll be, but I have questions. For the applicant, I was hoping you'd stay up there.
Sometimes you go to staff first, so
Yeah.
I thought I'd say.
Is the developer actually the entity operating the Viper Room? Or is that a third party?
No, the developer actually owns and controls the Viper Room, although the existing Viper management team that I think has been in place for a long time continues to work at the Viper Room, but they purchased the Viper Room several years ago.
Okay. And then you mentioned about the south-facing part of the building meeting the Sunset Specific Plan. So as I read the Sunset Specific Plan, it says the southern facade of Site 6E shall be designed as a primary facade and should relate to the entrance of the Bellage Hotel. It should not appear an insignificant elevation or as the rear of a building. I don't really see how the back of that building looks like a primary facade. Do you really think that it looks like a primary facade?
I do, Councilmember. I would respectfully disagree with that. I think that a lot of architectural detail has gone into the rear facade of the building, and that it has just as much architectural design as the sunset-facing component of the project.
Okay. You mentioned that you talked to the community, and one of the things that that community wanted was neighborhood serving retail. And you've shown on these plans mainly restaurants, or all restaurants, and I know that you mentioned you were looking at it as the most impactful use. So would you then be against a condition that 50% or something like that of the ground level of the Sunset frontage should be retail?
Councilmember, I think, generally speaking, that economics should dictate the type of uses that should be involved at the ground level of this project. And so I think that if, retail use is, an economically viable use and there are retail tenants that are interested, absolutely our client is going to be interested in having those tenants come and operate their businesses in this project. I think, as I mentioned, we analyzed it for CEQA purposes as a restaurant, or as all restaurants on that ground floor, so that the options were available. But I believe that our position is that we'd like the market to dictate the outcome.
So in other words, you wouldn't be, you would oppose a condition that asks for a minimum percentage of retail on the ground floor?
Yes.
Okay. On the plans for the 11th floor, it says that 50% of the space is for residential amenities. Can you tell me what that includes and what limitations are on that space?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is essentially for a residential gym, a residential kitchen, and then there's a residential pool area, and I believe meeting space. I mean, I think the gym area has, like a yoga type space in it as well that could be used as a meeting room. It's not, and it's, as I mentioned before, for all project residents to be able to use. But it's like if you wanted to have a space for a birthday party for your kid, you could use that space and reserve it.
I'm a childless dog lady, but thank you. We received a comment this morning regarding concerns that you might use 1120, 1124 Larrabee for staging. Where are you planning to stage for construction of the project?
I mean, primarily construction staging is going to be on site. If you're talking about trucks, as soon as the initial demolition happens, the staging plan comes up San Vicente. It is not staging on Larrabee.
So it won't be on that north property at 1120, 1124 Larrabee?
No, I believe that the ingress for the staging plan is on San Vicente, and the egress is on that Sunset and Larrabee corner, so that trucks can go out Sunset and down La Cienega. But trucks will not travel down Larrabee for construction staging. That's part of the traffic management, will be part of the traffic management plan, but I believe is also identified in the EIR as part of our construction haul route.
Okay, and one more question. On your chart, I didn't see square footage on the chart that you had from the initial proposed development to the development that we're looking at today. Do you have the square footage numbers?
Of all of the changes?
Well, there's a total square footage of the project, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I read somewhere where it was 240,000 square feet, and now the final is 269,000 square feet. So I just want to know if that is correct or not, because you said the project got smaller.
Yeah, so there are 3 metrics of project measurement, and that is where I think there has been some confusion. There was some confusion at the Planning Commission, and we discussed it in some detail at Planning Commission. The 3 components of it, and just bear with me one second, are floor area, right, which is what is visible above grade, like FAR.
Yeah,
and the FAR,
that was on the chart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And the FAR, of course, has gone down. There is gross square. Thank you so much. Look, I've got phone a friend. Yes, so FAR square footage of the current design is 228,000 square feet. Then there is gross square feet, which can be looked at in 2 ways. One is gross square feet, including all of the subterranean levels, right, which will include parking and loading. That has also gone down. That is 365,000 square feet. And then there's a middle number that the city looks at, which is the total enclosed area of all floors, including elevator shafts, service, and mechanical equipment, rooms, stairways, basement, and attic areas, but excluding uses for vehicle parking and loading, and that is 269,000 square feet, and that due to some additional enclosed areas in the subterranean levels that are not parking, made it be a slight increase from the 2022 design. I believe it's about 13,000 square feet as compared to the 22 design, but I don't believe it is an increase as compared to the original 2018 design. It's always a problem when you've got 3 versions of the project floating around, but that's my recollection.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for the applicant. I have questions for staff, but I would,
Does anybody else want to jump? Okay, no, I think you're good. You can go ahead and ask some
you want me to
questions.
continue forward?
I think that's
Okay,
right.
all right. My next questions are for our city attorney. And Lauren, I know that Doug, gave your statement basically about the fact that, legally the city has met its responsibility in terms of the incorrect staff report on construction noise not being a significant impact. And it was also, I watched the Planning Commission meeting, and it was also part of the presentation, the verbal presentation. So I understand it's in the DEIR and the FEIR and whatever. However, the public went to those meetings, and they're being told, as the commissioners are, hey, no legitimate concerns. The demolition phase is the only impactful part of the project, and that demolition is 1 to 2 months compared to construction, which actually it was most of the construction phase, which can be, 4 years or so. So how are we supposed to look at the Planning Commission recommendation based on the fact that they had the wrong information in the staff report and also as presented by staff?
Yeah, it's a very fair question and important enough that staff put a supplemental memo together today in order to address it, and addressed it in the staff report. And we know the Planning Commission does very important work and had a very thorough hearing on its recommendation of the project. But the City Council is the ultimate decision-making body for this project under both the Municipal Code and CEQA. It is this body that has the obligation to review the full record and make the final findings for this project. And so there was an inconsistency between what staff said about the duration of the construction noise impact, but there was also many places in the record where it had the correct information for demolition and certain other phases of construction. There would be a noise impact at the London. And so the discrepancy at the Planning Commission level, because we're talking about it here and it's fully disclosed in the record and it's fully disclosed for the City Council to consider tonight, should be addressed. And it's been fully vetted by the City Council tonight. So I think it gives the City Council, it'll allow you to fully satisfy your obligations under CEQA, notwithstanding that there was a discrepancy at the Planning Commission stage.
Thank you. And one more question for you. Can you please address, we got a letter today, kind of late, but the Fix the City versus LA case and the applicability to this project? And
Yes.
just for those who don't know, it was a judgment against the City of Los Angeles in 2022, I believe, and was affirmed by the Court of Appeals in May of 2024 after our Planning Commission hearing regarding earthquake geology reports having to do with earthquake faults.
Thank you. And also a very important question. And there was a comment letter submitted today with this information, and it went to the wrong email address. And so it came in very, very late, and the city didn't have time to address it adequately in the written record. So I do want to take a minute and answer this one in a little more substantive format so that we can all have the information. So Fix the City versus Los Angeles is a recent case that deals with, amongst other issues, whether Los Angeles conducted an adequate fault investigation before improving a project. State law says that no structure for human occupancy shall be permitted to be placed across an active fault. The area within 50 feet of an active fault shall be presumed to be underlain with branches of the fault unless proven otherwise by appropriate geologic investigation. In the LA case, the record included a geo report, but the exploration only looked at the project site and didn't extend beyond 50 feet of the property line. So in that case, the trial court found that the city had not complied with state law or local Los Angeles requirements for how to study these sites, and didn't do it appropriately. So it was dealing with a procedural issue on the facts of that case. So the trial court opinion and an unpublished appellate court opinion from earlier this summer focus on procedural issues in that case about the scope of their study. Because that type of project did not require a hearing, like we're having tonight, or findings, the court, or a full EIR, the court could not properly assess the record, and it didn't appear that that project had a full EIR. In this case, we have a full EIR and substantial evidence in the record to show that the exploration did extend beyond the property site to meet the requirements under state law and our local fault protection zone requirements. So in the final EIR, topical response number 4, in section 3.4 of the DEIR, there was a fault rupture investigation performed for this site and surrounding areas. The investigation concluded that no active or potentially active faults that traverse the site are located within 50 feet of this site's boundaries. Traces of the Hollywood fault may be located approximately 100 to 200 feet farther than this project site. So the state law does not say that testing and boring needs to be done, as the public comment letter suggests, just that the faults are presumed to be there unless proven by an appropriate geologic investigation prepared under State Guidelines 3603. So the guidelines say that the required report shall be based on geologic investigation designed to identify location, recency, nature of faulting that may have affected the project site in the past or possibly in the future. The report may be combined with other geologic or geotechnical reports and acknowledges that faults may be publicly disclosed through local maps, such as those identified in the EIR. So in addition to the site-specific investigation here, the project is located within the city's fault precaution zone. The investigation looked at state maps, as well as city records, seismic hazard zone maps, and the city fault location and precaution zone map. I understand that the reports were provided in both 2018 and 2021 and have been peer-reviewed also by the city's consultant, and that the city does not require offsite boring when substantial evidence supports the conclusions in the report. So it appears that there's substantial evidence that supports the seismic conclusions in the EIR, and there's been no evidence to suggest that the project suffers from the same evidentiary problems in the Los Angeles case. So I know that was long, but I wanted to make sure to get the information in the record because that letter came in so late today.
Thank you, Lauren. My next questions are for staff. Is noise from the construction the only unavoidable impact of the project?
Yes, that was the only identified significant and unavoidable impact.
So what about operation off-site noise? Because, such as traffic going down Larrabee or up San Vicente. The Arts Club EIR showed project and cumulative operational impacts for the Arts Club project, which is half the size in terms of square footage. How is it possible that these impacts don't exist on a project double the size and with more intense uses?
If you don't mind,
Oh,
Councilmember, because I worked on that project, so I can answer that question for you. The difference between the Arts Club project and this project was actually a cumulative noise impact related to the Arts Club and the adjacent site that, I don't remember what we call it. We used to call it the James Hotel site, but it was a Christmas tree, it's a Christmas tree lot site. And with the combined traffic from both of those projects going down that small cul-de-sac street, there was a cumulative noise impact at the nearest adjacent residence in comparison to existing baseline conditions because there is no traffic that really goes down that street now at all to either site. So that's the distinction.
Thank you for that. Back to staff. In attachment U, you talked about scaffolding with sound blankets and plexiglass for the south side of the project. Project site as a possible mitigation measure during the construction phase. Now, and in the staff report or in one of the reports, it said, oh, but it's not feasible. Why is it not feasible?
So that particular proposed mitigation measure is not feasible because it cannot be enforced by the city. If the mitigation measure is on a property that is not the project site, I think that the city attorney can elaborate, but the city does not have the ability to.
Why can't it be on the project site?
Well, because the city would not have the ability to enforce and ensure.
On the project site?
Oh. I'm sorry. Could you?
On the project site.
On the project site, yes. So there are mitigation measures that are proposed on the project site
Yeah.
that would.
But why not scaffolding and sound blankets and plexiglass?
There would be. Mitigation measure, I believe, number 2 requires a 25-foot tall plexiglass sound wall that would basically reduce noise levels up to the 5th floor of the London Hotel.
So, but that's not going to help when they start going up, when they're building up, right? Because they're going to 10, 11, 12 floors or whatever.
That is correct.
So why can't it be on the scaffolding, which is going to be up there in order for them to build it? They're going to need scaffolding, right?
Yes, so the EIR looked at that possibility, but determined that it was not feasible. And perhaps if I could have the city's EIR consultant maybe provide a more detailed response.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Finneyfrock with Dudek, the city's environmental consultant. We did look at that, and essentially the majority of the sound is coming from the ground level. And so to place sound blankets or some kind of barrier on the project scaffolding as the building is constructed does not really move the needle on the impacts.
So when they're busy hammering and doing whatever, when they're on the 7th floor, you're going to tell me that a sound blankets wouldn't help?
It would not have a substantial difference in the overall noise impacts. There is a mitigation that does require that the project's exterior cladding be placed as soon as possible, and so that would also help with the situation that you just described.
Okay. But it's not impossible for us to have that, is it, Doug? I mean, if council majority decided to condition that? Just asking a question.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it would not mitigate any noise impacts. It wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. The independent consultant on public benefits notes that the development team is unlikely to commence with the project until market conditions improve. Maybe you want to answer this. Does that mean we're going to have to wait 2 years, 4 years, 6 years?
Gosh, we sure hope not, Councilmember. I mean, luckily, and it looks like market conditions are getting better. The Fed hopefully is cutting interest rates very shortly, and construction costs at least are not escalating the way that they were previously. So we're certainly hopeful that market conditions improve. Now, we didn't commission that study. That was the city's study, but we have applied for a development agreement, recognizing that it could be several years before project construction commences, and so that's why we have part of the reasons why there's a robust public benefits package as well.
Okay. And in a development agreement, Lauren, can we have language in there about how we want this to get started by X amount of time, or give them X amount of time to get to various milestones, so that we don't get into a situation like we did with the Melrose Triangle?
Yes, you can put timelines, deliverables, and negotiate those into a development agreement. And you're right, that project example you just mentioned didn't have a development agreement, so it wasn't subject to any sort of time limit other than the regular expiration of.
Okay, but there is no time limit on various milestones in this in what you're recommending. Is there?
No, I believe there is not.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a term for the
There's a
DA.
term, yes.
I thought I saw something in the staff report where there were certain milestones. I can go look. My iPad for the city doesn't work still, but I'm pretty sure I thought I saw payments from the city, Councilmember Meister, but maybe staff can go look into that because I thought I read something where there were milestones put in.
Well, I didn't see it, but I'm happy to hear from the applicant or the city attorney over here.
Let me just interject, Councilmember Meister. There are timeline and milestones in the development agreement for public benefit payments. Public benefit
Okay,
payments.
but I'm talking about development
for the
of
project.
the project.
Okay, the payments come in, and then if there's no project, the DA expires.
No, I understand, okay, but there are timelines on maybe payments, but I'm talking about actual construction, so that we don't get into the same situation that we're in with the Melrose Triangle.
You're correct.
And Councilmember Meister, there are a few differences that I think are important to note. So number one is we have unlike the Melrose Triangle project, there are payment obligations essentially to have the developer put skin in the game, right? I mean, they're going to be committing substantial dollars to the city early on in the project, that of course they're going to want to see through, right? These are financial commitments that are not required of a project if you just approved it without a development agreement. And then secondarily, and as you can tell by going by the site, the site is active. I mean, my client is not going to make the mistake of closing businesses here early. They have an active site. They even have some new tenants that have come in over the past couple of years. The Viper Room is still operating. I mean, there's no intent to shut this site down, until the market has improved, financing for construction is secured, and they're moving forward. So I think that is a big difference between the two, and why you're not going to end up with a vacant, scraped site.
Thank you.
And one more term is that this entire agreement expires after 8 years if they haven't obtained building permits and started structural construction. So there is an end stop to when this can continue forward.
Great, thank you, Lauren, and thank you. I have more questions for Public Benefits Consultant and for Brian League, so I don't know if my colleagues want to jump in before I get to them. Just keep going, okay? All right.
Can we start public comment by 8 o'clock though?
I'm going to finish my questions, so I'm giving my colleagues, this is due process, this is a public hearing. I'm asking my colleagues if they'd like to chime in first. I don't want to be
you can continue with your
deus hog.
You can continue with
All
your
right,
questions.
thank you. Okay, public benefits person. Hello. Who are you? Your name?
Thomas Gonzalez with Economic and Planning Systems, EPS.
Thank you, Thomas. So in the public benefits analysis, you indicate that it's more expensive to construct a hotel room per square foot than residential per square foot. In fact, you say it costs 30% more to build a hotel per square foot, $604 per square foot, versus $462 for residential per square foot, which is a difference of $140 per square foot. This, to me, seems counterintuitive. There's no kitchen, there's no laundry in a hotel room, so I just have to ask, where did that information come from? Did it come from an independent source, or did it come from the applicant?
It came from an independent source.
And what was the independent source?
The predominant source that we used for construction costs is the Ryder Levitt Bucknell Construction Cost Report. RLB is a standard industry source for construction cost information, and we use that information directly with an adjustment factor, but we use that across the board. We did not use construction costs from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And in your letter, number 3 in the key findings, are you saying that approval of the project and the billboards is necessary because the applicant paid more than what the property was worth?
Essentially what we're saying is that based on the publicly available reports of what the site was purchased for, it does appear that the project would be infeasible based on our analysis, which considered only the hotel residential and retail components. We did not take into account any additional revenue or value of the billboard. And based on our analysis, if that was not part of the project, it seems like it would be infeasible for the applicant to finance and build the project.
So in other words, it's like the city's responsibility to make the land more valuable or approve a billboard because the applicant overpaid?
It's just a point of consideration, given that the city is negotiating for a development that, in theory, all parties want to move forward.
Okay. Can you explain why a cap rate is relevant to the calculations in layman terms?
A cap rate is simply a metric that's used for estimating the value of a real estate project. It relates the total value to the annual income, and it is reported in sources throughout the industry for tracking how real estate values are changing with market conditions.
So is a high cap rate better than a low cap rate, or is a low cap rate better
It's
than a high?
inverse, yeah. A low cap rate is actually better than a high cap rate for if you want your property to be worth more.
Okay. So you say that you reviewed recent data from CoStar and CBRE on the market cap rates, and that the hotel component utilizes a cap rate of 5.75. And so I went to CBRE's website, and they say that a hotel cap rate averages 8.0, and that was from Q3 in 2023. That was the last number I could find on their site.
Do you know what geography that's for?
I did it for Los Angeles luxury hotels. Well, Los Angeles. I said Los Angeles.
And do you know the
in
date
my
when
Google
you pulled
search.
that information? Do you know
Excuse
the
me?
date when you pulled that information?
I pulled it yesterday.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find exactly what the number that we used, but I do want to note that our report was completed at the end of last year, and market conditions have been changing, and in particular, cap rates can sometimes take a while to be reported differently because they're based on sales information, transactions, and it takes a number of transactions to occur before the measurement in cap rates would change. And as you know, over the last couple of years, interest rates have risen, and as transactions have happened, it's possible that the cap rate has increased higher than our report. I do believe ours is lower than that.
Okay, yeah, and CoStar noted that buyers are offering cap rates of 7.0 to 8.0% plus, and I assume that the applicant is a buyer. Is that right?
No, the applicant in this case is more like a seller because we're considering the value of the real estate that they will own at the end of the project when it's done and the value that they could sell it for.
Okay.
And I just want to note, so we used a cap rate of 5.75, which is significantly lower than the 8% you used, or you noted. And the reason that we used, I would call it a more aggressive assumption, is because we decided in consultation with city staff that we would take a longer-term optimistic view of market conditions. And given that it's likely that by the time this project is completed, interest rates will not be as high as they are right now, and other factors may have changed, and we didn't, if we had used a higher cap rate, I think we would be, the overall value of the project would go down.
It goes down to negative 15 million from 9.6 residual land value. So at 5.75 for hotel, and that's considering that there is a blend of cap rates because you have residential and you have retail, it goes from 9.6 residual land value down to a negative 15 million. So, okay, so now I understand why you used a cap rate of 5.75.
And just to clarify, we're also looking at the difference between two projects, the base case and the proposed project, and we use the same cap rate for both.
No, you used a base case of 3.85%.
Well, the base case does not include.
And why was that? Because
We were actually not, we didn't develop I'll defer to city staff.
So why was that, city staff? Because what we're doing then is we're comparing apples to oranges. If we're doing one that doesn't have a hotel and one that does.
So under the base case, the density, the permitted density for the project site is much lower, and so that density would not allow a hotel use in combination with residential uses. And so for the base case, it was a combination of residential and office uses.
Okay, but is the base case considering 100-foot tall, what's in the SSP, based on the fact that they have a whole block? So you're telling me that a 100-foot tall FAR 2.75 can't have a hotel in it?
I mean, that was the base case that was presented to us by the applicant team, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, again, I think we're comparing apples to oranges then when we look at the base case compared to the actual proposed project. And so my last few questions, Brian, can you tell me what is so extraordinary about the design of the billboards on this project other than they are twice the size of what's supposed to be standard based on our sunset signage policy?
The sunset signage policy describes an alternative project that's greater than 1,000 square feet, and then by definition it requires extraordinary benefit. The term extraordinary refers to the physical size, not the design.
Not the design.
Correct, not the design.
And we talked about this at the last time we had a billboard hearing, that it seems like we're having all these alternate projects where we thought there would only be a few of those. That was just to sort of be the exception, not the rule, but it seems to be the rule, not the exception. Can you tell me what the occupancy requirement is for the billboard, DA?
From the Planning Commission discussion, the Planning Commission recommendation, we're requiring that 50% of the ground floor level on Sunset be occupied. So it's 50%.
Is it 50% of the ground floor? Because I thought I read that it was just 50% of the building. Do you know what it is?
We're recommending the council consider 50% of the ground floor. I think
Okay,
that's
because
in
I
our-
didn't see that recommendation.
Yeah, I believe it is in there. It's 50% of the ground floor. It's in the development agreement. And then also, there's a hotel occupancy requirement, so that so there's two different occupancy requirements.
So
But
it's not.
the hotel must be maintained. We can't, let the hotel be vacant either.
Okay, because the Planning Commission discussion seemed like it was a little bit different than that.
It was added. It's in a red line in the deep development agreement. It's added after that for
Okay,
council
so-
consideration.
So we
And that was
definitely have
staff's
50% of ground
recommendation
floor of
based
this.
on all the discussions we've been having recently on
Great.
projects.
That's great, thank you. And then why are we allowing an operator media logo to be added when Planning Commission specifically asked about it and was told there were none and no intent? And in the entitlement PC Resolution 24-1554, under 2.2, it was specifically stated no media logo.
The applicant requested after the Planning Commission that we consider the request of a media logo. With Planning Commission, they've approved media logos at that 8-inch size, and
But at the Planning Commission meeting, they said no intent, right?
You're correct, and the applicant asked, and we agreed to bring that forward for council consideration.
Okay.
And I want to, sorry, Councilmember, I just want to make clear that we, the applicant, did not say that we had no intent of a media logo. I think that there was a miscommunication in the materials that were provided to staff. The rendering did not show the media logo, but the intent was to allow one.
If you were going to have one? Were you asked if you were going to have a logo?
I don't believe I was asked, but I honestly.
They were asked. There was no request for a media logo.
Okay.
That's a standard question that we ask.
And what are the size constraints? Because it wasn't specific what the actual size of the media logo would be.
There's a condition in there that it cannot exceed 8 inches, which is consistent.
But 8 inches this way.
The 8-inch horizontal lettering.
Okay. Okay. And then last question for you, Brian. what were the calculations used to determine the value of the music history gallery and the value of the breezeway? Can you show us those calculations?
I can't show you the calculations. The square footage numbers were provided to us by the project developer and based on comparable rents for equivalent space, and that's how they developed they provided those values.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Councilmember Shine. If you have any questions for the applicant or staff? No? Councilmember Hellman, questions for staff or the applicant?
Yeah, my question is for staff. Thank you. One of the points you made in the staff report was to compare this to other developments where there have been both housing and hotel use. One of the comparisons was to AKA, and one of them was to Pally House. But I believe the Pally House units are no longer residential. I think they've been converted to hotel. AKA is a situation where we got into a lawsuit with them because they were using what were supposed to be residential units for short-term rental. What conditions are in here to ensure that the residential units that are proposed are actually going to be residential units for long-term residents who are actually going to live here, as opposed to people who are going to be just here temporarily, like at AKA?
I'll take a start at that. I think that in addition to any conditions of approval that are on this project, we've also made the code more clear and more tight regarding the lease terms. And so that was sort of unclear when some of those other projects had their issues. And so now we have specific lease terms for residential units, and those would be enforced on all of the residential units that are approved here. Any change that came through that they asked to change it would be obviously a change to the development agreement, a change to the project that's pretty major and would require additional hearings and review and consideration.
My other question has to do with traffic and circulation. The way it's described in the staff report, everyone will enter on Larrabee and go through that valet parking. I just don't know how that would work if I'm a resident there and they're having an event at the hotel. What is going to happen to people who live there who would presumably have to be using the same valet as everyone who's waiting for their car after a big event or coming to a big event? How is this actually going to work?
So all the patrons would be using that driveway on Larrabee to enter the site. In terms of are you asking how the residents of Larrabee Street, if they need to access this business, how they would utilize
the residents who are going to be living in those units that are supposedly residential units?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the parking is 100% valet operated. So they would obtain their cars, using that valet service. They would exit the site from San Vicente, and they would only be allowed to turn right to head northbound. They would not be able to turn left in order to travel south onto San Vicente.
So people who live there or are coming home from work will have to wait to drop off their car with a valet. There's no way for them to self-park in this property.
My understanding is that this is a 100% valet site, so they would have to utilize that service, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hellman. Mayor Erickson, do you have any questions?
No, I would like to get to the public, please.
Thank you. I have one question for the applicant, and it was just a point of clarification quickly. I think there was a slide that said the public breezeway park accessible area was open till 3 p.m., but then you said Planning Commission conditioned it till 7 p.m.?
That is correct.
7 p.m. Okay, thank you. That's my only clarification for this moment. If there are no other questions for staff or the applicant at this time, I believe, City Clerk, we can ask how many public commenters.
And Vice Mayor,
I'm
actually,
so sorry.
if I may, just Councilmember Meister, you did ask a question, and I did have the information. I just had to find it about the Viper Room Music History space. So that is based on the public benefit is based on 25 years, and it is based on a leasing rate of that square footage of $144 per square foot, which is based on comparables on Sunset Strip for that kind of space. Operating expenses of $60 per square foot, and that will cover labor associated with it. And then CAM, which is common area maintenance charges of $36 per square foot. So that's how you get to the cumulative over the 25 years.
So, but the lobby, that area is being used as a lobby when it's not being used as this, is that right?
That's right.
For the Viper Room. So
That-
it would be there whether we used it or not, right?
Yes, but it would not be open to the public or managed during the day or curated with staffing, 5 days a week as proposed in the public benefits package.
Okay.
But it would be there.
Thank you.
City Clerk, how many public commenters?
Thank you. We have 50 individuals in chambers. We have 4 individuals in Zoom with an additional 4 individuals signed up to speak. They simply haven't entered yet, and they may or may not. So currently, we have 54 people.
Okay. So it's about 2 hours with 2 minutes of public comment. Councilmember Hellman?
Madam Vice Mayor, I would recommend a minute for all of them.
Please. Do you have a recommendation? Excuse me.
Can we maintain decorum in chambers, please? Can we maintain
I
decorum,
don't think we
please?
should allow people to be yelling during the meeting.
Also agree. Please.
I think it's a complicated project, and 1 minute is kind of a short amount of time to give someone to speak. What I would suggest is either 2 minutes or 1 minute and 45 seconds or whatever, but saying to people also, if you're going to say the same exact thing as the person before you, to just say ditto. I support the project or I oppose the project.
I'm leaning towards the 2 minutes, but with an explicit reminder to everyone that you're making people wait another, towards the end of that 2 hours for this public comment. So I tend to agree that 2 full minutes is what we should continue. People came here with the expectation that would be their time tonight. But I do encourage people to, if somebody in front of you said something similar, say ditto. Please keep the clapping and applause to a minimum, because we've learned it's hard to hear who's next. And the faster we can get people queued up to speak, the faster we can move through it. We want to make sure that people who are here tonight to speak get their chance. That's what the urgency is. We know it's going to become a late night, and we want to make sure you all get a chance to speak on this very important item. Excuse me, we are moving towards public comment.
I think one of the things I'm concerned about, and I'm fine with 2 hours of public comment, by the time we're done with that, we're going to be, and we'll take a break, presumably, and we should let people know when we're planning on taking a break. We're going to be close to 11 o'clock. And
Annie, enough.
And I want to make sure that we give this project the kind of attention that it deserves. And I'm prepared for us to take all the public comment and, if necessary, continue the hearing so that we can deliberate it on a different day where we're fresh. I'm also concerned that the mayor is not feeling well. And so I'm all in favor of hearing from everyone, but I think we need to be realistic about our ability to make a decision tonight.
Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I believe that, and I'll ask our city attorney this question, but this is not a state density bonus project. So there are no time constraints for us. We can continue, as Councilmember Heilman said, if we start approaching 11 o'clock or like at 10:30, we can say, okay, let's just go till 11 o'clock and we can continue the item. We've done this before. This has happened through the years, and continue the project for another date certain. so that we are talking to people and we're all awake and everybody is awake. There is absolutely no rush. This is a development agreement, an important one, a big project, and we are not under the constraints of the state law density bonus as far as I know.
There aren't timing considerations. There are some evidentiary considerations. If you were to continue it midway through, you would have to be, very certain that no one is accepting evidence on this project outside the room. So it can get a little bit complicated to do that. So maybe we'll get to the end of the night and see where the council is.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. If I may I offer a compromise so that we can get through the hearing this evening. The mayor is on Zoom. People have come and deserve to be heard, and it would be ideal to have us make our determination this evening, perhaps doing 90 seconds as a compromise and asking folks to hold their applause in between comments, as well as what Councilmember Meister suggested. If you're going to say the same thing, just say ditto and move forward so that we can decide this item this evening.
I'm fine with 90 seconds, Vice Mayor.
I think we sit with the 2 minutes. I think we encourage people to move quickly, and I think we agree to keep the clapping and applause to a minimum so we can make sure people are queued up. And if our city clerk is able to say maybe the next 2 or 3 speakers so folks can start getting up and making their way down into the aisles, that would be really great. And I really please encourage you all to keep the applause down. It's just too hard to hear up here, and we have really difficult decisions to make tonight based on your all input. Thank you.
And Chelsea, maybe it's about 8:15 now. Can we let people know that around 9 or 9:15 we're going to take a 10-minute break?
9:15, about an hour, and then we'll pause for 10 minutes. Great.
Okay, I will call the first speaker. Mikey Friedman, to be followed by Hector Cabral and Aiden Philip Marshall.
Folks lining up, thank you so much.
And again, name and city of residence, please. Thank you.
Mikey Friedman, 45-year resident of that neighborhood, 30 seconds from that block. What an expensive loaf of white bread. So un-West Hollywood. And I'm wondering if all these Unite Here workers are being paid to be here. No. I'm wondering, the obvious traffic and construction nightmare being a given, let's talk instead about why people come to the Sunset Strip. For history. What are you giving them that they can't get in any other neighborhood or city? Pretty restaurants and bars? Big deal. Tourists want the real funky Viper Room where River Phoenix died. They want the whiskey where the Doors, Guns N' Roses, Johnny Rivers, and Motley Crue started out. They want to eat at the Rainbow where all the rockers went for pizza and chicken soup and did drugs upstairs. And the Roxy where all the great entertainers played. If you take any one of those away, you're taking away our history and the reason to come. Next to the whiskey, there was a great and funky coffee shop, Duke's. It had common tables, and celebrities came in and sat with the neighbors. Just one example of many, when Cher won her Academy Award for Moonstruck, she came into Duke's for breakfast with the neighbors. When Henny got old and sold the place, the new owner foolishly took away all the communal tables and the memorabilia. She made it into a white bread, four-top coffee shop, and it closed after a few months. It wasn't Sunset Special, and neither is the new Viper Room. And have you looked into ADA compliance? It's an 11-story building. I haven't heard one word about ADA compliance. God forbid we have an earthquake or a fire. What accommodations have they made? Are the doors wide enough for wheelchairs? What happens if the elevators aren't working? What about the bathrooms? You need to do a thorough study before you can progress on this project. ADA, don't take away our neighborhood just because developers want to make a lot of money. They already have a lot of money. Let them go make some more somewhere else.
Our next speaker is Hector Cabral, to be followed by Aiden Philip Marshall and Elise Eisenberg.
Good evening. My name is Hector Harbahal with Plumbers Local 78. We're here to express our opposition to the project as well and ask you to vote no tonight. Nowadays, there's constant talk about how the middle-class jobs are vanishing in the country. Unfortunately, this project continues the trend. This project doesn't guarantee that all men and women who build the project will come from the community, and it doesn't guarantee that they'll earn a living wage or receive benefits. You should send a clear message to the developer and to the community that you support good jobs and the middle class. So we don't support this project, and we ask you to please vote no. Thank you.
Aiden Philip Marshall, to be followed by Elise Eisenberg and Nareet Smith. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Aiden Marshall, speaking on behalf of CREED LA. Under CEQA, a draft environmental impact report must be recirculated for public review when significant new information is added. This draft EIR claimed that health risk impacts would be less than significant, but after CREED LA commented on the need for a health risk analysis, the final EIR added a 5,000-plus page assessment, which found that the project's construction emissions would result in a cancer risk of 50 in a million. This exceeds the city's 10 in 1 million significance threshold, causing a significant cancer risk. This is new information requiring recirculation. The final EIR also includes a new mitigation measure, which the city claims reduces this cancer risk to 9.93 in a million, just below the threshold, but CREED LA's experts found that the new mitigation is simply not enough to reduce this risk. Regarding the project's noise impacts on the London, the applicant's consultants earlier stated that the scaffolding-mounted noise barriers could not reduce noise impacts whatsoever. Our consultant, acoustic firm Wilson Ehrig, demonstrated otherwise. This mitigation is common, it's effective, and it's been done before. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Aiden. Our next speaker is Elise Eisenberg, to be followed by Nareet Smith and Eric Farrar.
Hi, council members. Elise Eisenberg, a resident of West Hollywood since 1987. Yes, the developer has been meeting with the neighbors since 2018, but the biggest issues that we've been asking them to do, they haven't done. They've only been dealing with the superficial, like the exterior building. We've been concerned about the density. There's simply too much going on for this site. We've been concerned about the traffic circulation and parking, as Councilmember Heilman brought up. The current plan is just unmanageable, not realistic. The city staff has spent more time analyzing the billboard revenue than it has actually the impact of of what this project is going to mean to the neighborhood. So I'm asking if you would please mitigate the project, make it less dense, remove some of the uses. If the city really cared about affordable housing, I had recommended many years ago that they make it entirely residential, keep the Viper Room, keep the upper restaurant and main floor restaurant, but make it a residential project, and then you'll get a lot more affordable housing, because that's really what everybody is saying this is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Nareet Smith, to be followed by Eric Farrar and Nicholas Schaefer.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nareet Smith. I'm the executive director of the Music Forward Foundation. We were birthed 31 years ago as the International House of Blues Foundation right here on Sunset Boulevard. 10 years ago when we lost our venue, we also changed and became Music Forward Foundation with a focus on workforce development. Through the partnership with Silver Creek and the reimagining of the Viper Room, we are excited to bring our workforce development programs to the West Hollywood community, bring the community together and become a meeting place for industry and the West Hollywood community. Our workforce development programs will focus on youth, particularly disconnected youth, those not in work or in school, the LGBTQ+ community, and young women. Workforce development will help explore careers in the industry, prepare young people for jobs in the industry, and through our Department of Labor approved apprenticeships, give them actual workforce opportunity through the Viper Room. We also have artist development programs with ongoing open mics and emerging artist showcase. With these programs and other programs, we support this project and making this venue, the Viper Room, a beacon of learning, creativity, and empowerment for the West Hollywood community. I encourage the council to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Farrar, to be followed by Nicholas Schaefer and Amy Smith.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Farrar, and I'm here on behalf of Smart Local 105 sheet metal workers. We oppose this project and are seeking your vote against this project. The applicant has failed to understand that a project such as this one will impact the community significantly. It should be done right, and to do it right, they should be hiring responsible contractors and hiring locally for all crafts. We cannot and will not stand idly by while our men and women are overlooked for an opportunity to work in our own backyards. We ask that you stand with us against this project and vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Schaefer, to be followed by Amy Smith.
Good evening. A renter, 51 years at the English Village 1000 block of Larrabee. This is a huge project. Please listen to the neighbors to our comments, discuss them, and if you can't come up with a solution tonight, then continue this. Send it back to the Planning Commission or to the Transportation. Parking, I mean, the street traffic is going to be number one on Larrabee. Get the entrances, especially for the delivery truck. That should be San Vicente. The deliveries, what. I think with the valet parking, it will be a problem because everybody's going to come from so many different directions. Sunset Boulevard, east and west. Holloway down Palm, Nellis to Larrabee. Holloway, Palm to Harrod, Larrabee. On your Santa Monica East, you're going to come all the way up to Larrabee. San Vicente, I'll predict that people are going to find it is quicker to do San Vicente, Cynthia, Larrabee than wait for two lights. And now that the people exiting can't get back down to Santa Monica Boulevard, what are they going to do? They're going to do up to Sunset and down Larrabee. We're going to get all the traffic. I'm sorry, it's not acceptable. Street parking, it's hard enough in the 1000 block of Larrabee. These cottages built in the 20s, 100% depend on street parking. Make sure that every employee parks for free. The residents, they have to have parking and guest parking. They do not get 5-hour permits. They don't get to call in and get guest passes. Late at night, they're saying, "Oh yeah, no, you don't pay for parking. We just call it in, and you can park there." In the meantime, people coming home from a late shift, especially a female, she can't find parking, and now she's got to walk down the street trying to walk back up with a pocket full of money. I don't think so. That's public safety.
Nicholas, your time is up.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
I have so much more to say.
Amy Smith, to be followed by Tommy Black and Nevis Rodriguez.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm here representing Creed LA. We're here to voice our opposition on this project and to ask for your no votes as well. This project has stated that it has unavoidable noise impacts, and because of this, CEQA requires that the city adopt a statement of overriding considerations that finds the project's benefits will outweigh its adverse effects on our environment. One of these benefits that CEQA states about is directs the agencies to consider that whether the project will create employment opportunities for highly trained workers, and this factor should be considered when you're making this determination tonight. But currently, there is no evidence that in the record that the applicant will make such commitments to employ our graduates of state-approved apprenticeship programs or taking any steps to ensure that employment of our local highly trained workforce is being engaged. This is truly a disservice to our local workers and to our local community, and that reflects poorly on the applicant and shows their true considerations of us in the West Hollywood area and Los Angeles as a whole. This council should be asking the applicant to consider providing these workforce benefits to support a statement of overriding considerations. Los Angeles residents deserve better, and you guys can offer that to them. No votes tonight means that you're supporting our local workforce, and that's what's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker is Tommy Black, to be followed by Nevis Rodriguez and Carlos Oshiro.
Good evening, council members. As the longtime general manager of the Viper Room, I've been part of the West Hollywood community for over 22 years. For many reasons, I fully support the proposed mixed-use project at 8850 Sunset. In regard to the Viper Room specifically, 8850 presents an exciting and important opportunity for my staff, our patrons, and our neighbors. The reimagined Viper Room is a chance for us to attract a wider range of talent, accommodate a larger audience, modernize our space, showcase rock and roll memorabilia as an additional attraction, and of course, generate more revenue for the city. Being in the same complex as a hotel and a restaurant will certainly attract more people to the Viper. These changes will add to the neighborhood's vibrancy and activate this section of the Sunset Strip. I know there are people opposing this project because they don't want to lose the Viper Room, but I believe a new life could be given to the Viper Room through the proposed 8850 project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. Nedes Rodriguez, to be followed by Carlos Oshiro and Rosa Manriquez. And can everyone turn off their personal devices, please? Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Neide Rodríguez. He trabajado en el One Hotel como recamarera por 2 años y soy miembro orgullosa del Unity Health Local 11. Estoy aquí apoyando este proyecto 8850 Sunset Boulevard. Hoy quiero compartir mi ilusión de creer que puedo ser parte de un complejo habitacional como este, y no solo como trabajadora de un hotel, porque ya lo soy, sino como miembro de la comunidad, poder vivir en un complejo como este. Normalmente estos proyectos, cuando uno los oye, los asocia con gente de un poder económico más alto y más elevado que el mío, o el de nosotras, las recamareras. Y alguien como yo, aunque gano bien, requeriría dar más de la mitad de mi salario para poder vivir en esta zona o en estos proyectos. Estos proyectos son cruciales para ayudar con la crisis de vivienda que estamos viviendo hoy día. Indispensables para mejorar la calidad de vida de personas como nosotros, de poder vivir cerca de nuestro trabajo y poder mejorar nuestra calidad de vida, es decir, pasar más tiempo con nuestros familiares. Buenas noches. Por favor, aprueben el proyecto. Gracias.
Hello, I will be translating for Nedes. Hello, my name is Nedes Rodriguez. I've worked at the One Hotel as a housekeeper for 2 years, and I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I'm here supporting the project 8850 Sunset. Today, I want to share my hopes in believing I can have the opportunity of being able to live in a complex like this and not only work in the area, but live and be an integral part of this community. Normally, projects such as these are associated with people of very grand wealth. And someone like me and other housekeepers who may have a good wage would still have to pay more than half of my wages to live here. So these projects are crucial to people like me to help mitigate our housing crisis and allow people like me to have a better quality of life and the opportunity to work near our jobs and give us more time with our families. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Oshira, to be followed by Rosa G. Manriquez.
Buenas noches. Hola, honorable alcalde y miembros del concejal. Mi nombre es Carlos Oshiro y soy cocinero. He trabajado en el Hotel número 1 por 7 años, donde se abrió. Soy miembro orgulloso del United Here Local 11. Yo apoyo en el desarrollo del 8850 Sunset porque combina trabajos, viviendas y espacios abiertos al público y oportunidades a aprender del ambiente nativo en nuestros ambientes urbanos. También está ubicado en una ruta de tránsito público, haciendo fácil de ubicar. Actualmente yo me despierto a las 4 de la mañana para llegar a mi trabajo, manejando desde Arleta, el Valle San Fernando, por mucho tiempo en las carreteras, a todas horas del día, yo podría beneficiarme de proyectos como estos. Como alguien se la pasa mucho tiempo manejando para venir a trabajar. Por favor, apoyen este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo. God bless you.
Come back. I'll be translating again. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Oshido, and I've worked at the One Hotel for 7 years since it opened. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I support the new development at 8850 Sunset because, like many workers in West Hollywood, I commute to this city. I love that this project combines jobs, housing, public open space, and opportunity for the public to learn about the native structures in our urban environment. It is also located along an existing public transit route, making it easier to commute here. I wake up at 4 a.m. from the San Fernando Valley to get to work, driving from Arleta, a long commute regardless of the hours in the day. I hope to be able to benefit from a project like this as someone who spends so many hours in my car getting to and from work every day. Please support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosa G. Manriquez, to be followed by Paul Moreno and Carolyn Nagy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the City Council. My name is Rosa Manriquez, and I am a member of the Immaculate Heart community and CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I am here in strong support of the 8850 Sunset Boulevard project. As a faith leader that has stood shoulder to shoulder with hospitality workers, I have heard their stories of need. Many workers have been pushed to the farthest edges of our region to distant cities like San Bernardino and California City. It is not only unsustainable for working people, but it is unjust that this has become their only option. They are struggling to become part of that middle class that we say should not be pushed out. They want to be residents. They don't want to be outsiders, labeled as outsiders through no fault of their own. This project will be a model for West Hollywood as it will combine the desperately needed housing, including affordable housing, with a world-class hotel that showcases the native urban landscape unique to the Sunset Strip. We must do everything within our power to address the statewide and regional housing crisis confronting us. The 8850 Sunset Boulevard project will contribute to solving this crisis. Please vote to approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Paul Moreno, to be followed by Carolyn Nagy.
Hey, good evening. My name is Paul Moreno. I'm here on behalf of Iron Workers Local 433, thousands of hardworking men and women. And I'm here tonight to oppose a project and ask that you oppose it as well. We had hoped that this developer would choose to hire responsible contractors who hire locally, providing living wages, ensure benefits for the workforce, and provide the chance for apprentices to learn the trade on a real job site. But this is not the case. Support the local workforce, support us, but do not support this project. Vote against this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Nagy, to be followed by George Nickel and Annette Kuzmersky.
My name is Caroline Nagy, and I oppose this Sunset Project. I'm a WeHo resident, violinist, and sociologist of music. My research is with independent musicians and the musical spaces they choose to live and perform in. My current project, Melomaniacs, explores why WeHo has served as a haven for emerging and established musicians since the 60s. One of the most significant themes in my 23 interviewed artists speak of how they seek connection through intimate relations in our city's musical venues like Viper Room. Spaces that link them not just to artistic legends of the past, but to the terrains and imaginaries of the WeHo music scene. And these spaces cannot be replicated because when you walk into the Viper Room, you enter a lived space, a creative music sensory with storied history. This project's investors claim they are preserving the authenticity of Viper in this new commercial development by simply repurposing the name and the green neon sign. But you cannot recreate this aesthetic of the historical musical environment. Naming rights and signs are merely symbols of this decades-long music making within these original walls. And symbols do not equate to lived spaces, nor do half-assed attempts at creating a museum. To use the vernacular of my 15-year-old niece, this new commercial development is so Ohio. It is not WeHo. Now, it is public knowledge that several of you are recipients of developer and union contributions, and I'm aware of the tension and false loyalty these donations fabricate. But you still have a choice tonight to do the right thing by voting no. You can choose individual agency with your no vote, rather than the proxy agency these donors bully you into through the power and control of their money. Even if Viper and other intimate WeHo spaces are not part of your personal history or social interest, I hope you will protect what continually attracts musicians to the beauty of our city's original artistic cosmopolitanism. Thank you.
Carolyn, did you say this is so Ohio?
Yes, are you aware of that term?
I'm from Ohio.
So are my relatives. It's a Gen Alpha term.
I get it, thank you.
Our next speaker is George Nickel, to be followed by Annette Kazmersky and Brenda Campos.
George Nickel, 19-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. Good evening. I do understand the need to revitalize this area. A lot of local businesses I've spoken to have told me that they are suffering from a lack of foot traffic. I can imagine that when this is completed, that could help. But I know a lot of residents who live in this neighborhood and they have valid concerns. So I just ask that as you are making your decisions to please remember what they tell you. Please remember what they say, because the decisions you make, residents have to live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annette Kazmersky, to be followed by Brenda Campos and Annie Jump-Vicente.
I'm Annette Kazmersky, resident of West Hollywood since 2008. The majority of people who spoke in support are not city residents and are delusional if they think everyone who works at the hotels and restaurants are going to find affordable housing in this project. Since 2008, I've lived in a two-story building that is directly next to the London walls of the lower walls of the London Hotel. It has single-paned windows and does not have air conditioning in all rooms. I'll be unable to use or enjoy my home with the noise this project will cause during demolition, construction, and even after it's built. The rooftop use and balconies will mean that I hear noise at all hours that code compliance cannot stop during the day. I will not be able to keep my windows open, nor will closing them adequately dampen the sound. It doesn't work for the noise currently occurring from the hotel, the elementary school across the street itself, and notably construction noise from the top of the two-story building currently at 954 San Vicente, which I recently had to report to compliance because the hammering started before 8 a.m. and is clearly audible through my closed windows. That is a two-story building. Sound travels. I also park in the street, ditto to the parking concerns stated by the resident of the English Villages. I beg you, stop this project or significantly reduce its scope. I truly believe it will ruin the quality of my life. I love this city. I don't want to leave, and quite frankly, I might be financially unable to, so I'm stuck here. Tonight is an opportunity to convince me your judgment is sound, but thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Brenda Campos, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente and Danny Hang.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Brenda Campos y esta noche estoy aquí para pedirles que voten no en este proyecto. Uno de los motivos es que yo entiendo que se ha considerado que Viper Room no es solo un sitio histórico, pero es un sitio histórico en el corazón de todo verdadero angelino. El diseño y la escala de este proyecto convertirán un hit de Hollywood en una torre que perderá todo su encanto. Perderá todo su encanto, el entretenimiento del viejo mundo. No necesitamos este tipo de monstruosidades en nuestro vecindario. Realmente les pedimos su apoyo para votar no en este proyecto, puesto que escucho de trabajos, viviendas, es todo lo que pasa en nuestros vecindarios cuando alguien viene a construir. Pero realmente cuando ellos terminan de construir, desaparecen. No tenemos dónde parquear. Nuestros muchachos luego vienen empezando a trabajar porque son jóvenes saliendo de la high school. Empiezan a tomar sus carros o a aprender a manejar y realmente es bien triste porque luego hay señoritas, jóvenes que están corriendo riesgos en nuestras calles. Pero los que construyen se olvidan. Ellos ponen ahorita que nos van a dar vivienda, pero no nos están dando un contrato donde diga aquí vas a vivir y aquí vas a trabajar. Eso es mentira, porque lo hemos visto en muchos proyectos que hemos apoyado. Cuando ya necesitamos vivienda, necesitamos trabajo, aplica o vas a esperar 5 años para que te salga un apartamento. It's not fair. Because we have rights and we like to live in a very good place and grow our kids or work in the safe place too. Because after we have a lot of drugs, a lot of people who's not belong to the neighborhood.
Okay. Hi. I'm translating for Brenda Campos. I understand that the Viper Room has been deemed not to be a historic place at all. But it is a historic site in the hearts of every true Los Angelino. The design and scale of the project will turn the Hollywood landmark into a tower that loses all its old entertainment charm. We don't need this eyesore in our neighborhood. And not to mention the parking is going to be a mess. So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And please say no in this project. We don't need this in the neighborhood.
Okay.
We need better things. Thank you and good evening to everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annie Jump Vicente, to be followed by Danny Hang and Justin Walters.
Is this thing on? Can I have this?
Annie, please just use the one at the podium, and
I wanna walk around.
I want you
My
to
knees
face
hurt.
the council, please.
Okay, fine. Well, looks like you got a fucking ton of problems. It's support workers or support workers. How about fucking that? Well, to me, it honestly just sounds the biggest problem here is that it's fucking unaffordable to live here. You're driving people the fuck out because it's literally unaffordable. Your workers can't live here. Your workers can't live here, the people who work on it and the people who serve it after. No one can fucking live here. Do you all know what the average median income is of West Hollywood? $88,000 a year. Pay a third of your rent of that for rent because that's what they calculate. No one can fucking make it. You don't pay enough here. It's 1908 still. When's the minimum wage gonna get raised? It costs like $40 an hour for 40 hours a week to live here. No one can. Push this project because because construction workers are afraid for their fucking lives and jobs. The developers, the investors were colonizers. Now they're fucking investors. You got your people here that serve the building who want to live there and who I assume enjoy their fucking job. But yet you charge people. You charge people to live somewhere where they want to enjoy their fucking job. And let's not consider all the noise because, cars make the fucking most amount of noise. That is sustained noise. Look, Meister, I understand, I appreciate the sound barrier shit. But cars are the main problem for noise. Cars are what keep people up at night. Cars sustain damage to mental health. There's a big problem here that the city is unaffordable. It's not attractable anymore. I don't know when the fuck it ever was for poor people. Fuck, man. The city just doesn't give a shit about people who don't make less than $200,000 a year. If you don't make $200,000 a year, if you don't own fucking property, if you're not an investor or developer, get the fuck out of this city. And that's what you all said to me when Bethsedec, the city paid a nonprofit that helps people with their eviction cases. I've been getting evicted for 10 fucking months.
Thank you.
Where the fuck is your help?
Our next speaker is Danny Hang, to be followed by Justin Walters and Donald Searle.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Danny Hang. As a resident and commissioner of West Hollywood, I'm proud to voice my support for the 8850 Sunset Project. This development represents a thoughtful and forward-thinking approach that aligns perfectly with our city's commitment to diversity, cultural preservation, innovation, and sustainability. The developer is actively engaged with the community throughout the process, listening to our input and making meaningful adjustments that reflect our collective vision for the future of this iconic site. After reviewing documents and noting the Planning Commission's support, I'm confident that this project is well considered and thoughtful addition to our city. This project is poised to revitalize this section of the Sunset Boulevard and will benefit both residents and visitors, reinforcing WeHo's reputation as a vibrant and forward-thinking community. This project will also bring much-needed jobs, affordable housing, and revenue to our city to pay for our fire, sheriff, trim our trees, and pave our streets. I know that people can work to come together on labor agreements, and that has been made clear tonight. And I understand that these conversations are still ongoing, and I'm pushing hard for that at the end of the finish line. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. Our next speaker is Justin Walters, to be followed by Donald, and I'm going to pronounce your name wrong, I apologize, Cyril, S-E-A-R-L-E. Is Justin Walters here? Okay. Is Donald here? Okay. And Donald will be followed by David Ruiz and Jordan Beard.
Good evening. My name is Don Searle. I'm an architect and I live in the neighborhood and I've lived here for 6 years. I know a lot of what we're hearing is short-term pain. We need long-term gain. This is a very important project, and the reality is that this lot will be developed by someone at some time. It will be replaced with something better. We need to look to the future. We have to be visionary because it's the long-term goals that give us the best benefits of this community. So I ask you not to be short-sighted for temporary problems when we have a long-term goal that we need to meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Ruiz, to be followed by Jordan Beard and Alec White.
Hi, good evening. David Ruiz. I've been a resident of West Hollywood, a few blocks north of here, for 30 years. I'm supportive of this development. If you see the south side of Sunset between Corey and Larrabee, you have a lot of empty storefronts. So that area needs revitalization severely. And you know, we all came here to LA because it's a big city. Cities evolve. So this is part of the evolution of the city. So please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Jordan Beard, to be followed by Alec White and Maxwell Yulin.
Hi, Jordan Beard, resident of WeHo. I'm in support of this development. We are experiencing a homelessness crisis in LA with a lack of housing causing much of the problem. Building more, denser housing is the solution. We are a vibrant city, not a sleepy suburb. We're talking about Sunset Strip here. This mixed-use project will fit right in and bring dozens of new housing units to market. Transit and density go hand in hand, and I would like to underscore how much projects like these would benefit from simultaneous transit improvements such as priority considerations on Sunset and accelerated development of bike infrastructure in West Hollywood. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Alec White, to be followed by Maxwell Yulin and David Guimond.
Hi all. So I am speaking in my capacity both as the president of the West Side Young Democrats and as a resident of West Hollywood for nearly 7 years. As a young person and a renter in West Hollywood, I want to make West Hollywood even more accessible to young people like me. This requires us to take every opportunity presented to build more housing, and particularly affordable housing, like the Viper Room right here, especially next to jobs and along a major transit corridor. Even former President Obama himself last week at the convention said, we need to build more housing. And at the West Side Young Democrats, we could not agree more. I also care about our small businesses as a resident here. Having new residents in these units and new employees starting at these jobs means more consumers at our local businesses. If you felt in the past we need to do more to support our local businesses, here's a great opportunity for us to do that. And I hear concerns about traffic and parking. Well, where's the traffic going? What are people parking for? They're parking to bring revenue to our city and help our small businesses stay open. As a young person, I also worry about climate change, and by building denser housing on a transit corridor, we're able to help have people live closer to jobs, which means shorter commutes, and that means less exhaust in the air. Let's build more housing in West Hollywood to make it even more accessible to young people like myself. Let's bring in more jobs and employees, which means more consumers to help our small businesses stay open and get more revenue. Let's increase density to help fight climate change that young people like me will face in the future. Let's support 8850 West Sunset Boulevard. I respectfully request a yes vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alec. Maxwell Yulin to be followed by David Guimond and Jonathan Wilson. Maxwell? No? Okay, moving on. David Guimond. David Guimond will be followed by Jonathan Wilson and Lola Wotzel. Oh, no. Someone just got up. Okay. Jonathan Wilson. Okay. Lola Wotzel. Or Wetzel. Okay. Larry Jacobson. Okay. Jorge Separac. I know Jorge's here. He's sitting in the front row. Jorge Separac.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Erickson. Well, my name is Jorge Seperac. I'm part of the community of West Hollywood for 24 years. I'm a hotel worker, and I consider myself a leader of the community. I'm here for ask you for the support of this new development, because I think it's time for us to have better places for people to live. I know we have all these buildings in West Hollywood, they're gonna disappear soon, because we have a lot of old buildings. We are under rent control. Sometimes I think that everybody deserves to have a luxury place to live, or at least a decent place to live. That West Hollywood doesn't have it anymore, because landlords doesn't respect renters. We're going to have the opportunity right now to have a place that offers workers a nice place to be called home. So I please ask you to support this project, because it's going to be benefits it's going to be opportunities for work for many, many people and families. It's going to be the support for many families. So please, I ask you to support this project.
David Stuckey to be followed by Jesse Harris and Sam Spillman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the City Council. My name is David Stuckey, and I have been a front desk agent at the One Hotel West Hollywood for close to 3 years now. And I'm also almost a West Hollywood resident by one street over. Weird boundaries here. I am asking you to support and vote yes on this project because it will provide 16 new affordable units that could house some of our workers who have to travel over 2 hours to get to work there and back. I am very lucky to be able to live proximate to West Hollywood because I reside in a house with 15 other people in recovery. And I'm proud to do that. But I am here tonight unpaid when I have to be at work tomorrow morning by 6 because affordable housing is so important to my brothers and sisters in Unite Here Local 11. And any chance that we have to build affordable housing here in West Hollywood, you will see my face. I beg you to please move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jesse Harris to be followed by Sam Spillman and Cynthia Clemens.
Howdy, y'all. Good evening. I'll keep it brief. Jesse, 10-year city resident. I am here I'm here for the housing units. We need more housing. I hear people saying it's only 16 units. It's 16 units more of affordable housing than we currently have. I cut my teeth as an urban planner working at a youth shelter down the street from here. I know that young people died on the streets, young people who played no role in getting themselves there, died on the streets on a weekly basis. We need housing. It is expensive to live here because we have a housing shortage with effective prohibitions on Airbnbs and short-term rentals, which there should be. We also need hotel rooms. these are all things that make us a more vibrant city. I like that they're keeping the Viper Room on the ground floor. I love the architectural design, but more than that, we absolutely need the housing. I'll finish up. When I was in urban planning school, my law professor was a very high-powered land use attorney and a witty woman. And she said that most of her land use cases really involved neighbors of a project who understandably had a lot of issue with the short-term problems that come with a new development. And she would say, that's interesting. Do you live in a yurt? There was no noise. There was no dirt. There was no traffic when they built your house. People deserve to have an impact in order to have housing. We all have an impact, and that is okay. But we need housing units. Thank you. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Jesse. Our next speaker is Sam Spillman, to be followed by Cynthia Clemens and Jacob Althouse.
Hi, my name is Sam Spillman, aka Cake Moss. I have lived and worked in West Hollywood for like 15 years now, and this is the last thing we need in our city. The area that they're building on is already full of these mixed-use buildings, and it's just a bunch of for lease signs in most of their windows. 16 units that are considered affordable out of 78 is kind of a weird number. And as you said, that number is doubled. So they were only going to do 8 affordable units, but I guess had to double it. That's not really creating housing for anyone. There's thousands and thousands of unhoused people here in Los Angeles. A hotel restaurant is not housing. That's just a place. It's really kind of disappointing, actually. And then this is for tourists. This is not for the people of the city of West Hollywood. This is just for this is a whole tourism thing. We really need to focus on the unhoused issue that's taking over the streets of West Hollywood. I can't even walk a block down the street anymore without having to step over someone that's asleep on the sidewalk or someone asking me for help. The applicant, he kept saying that they're going to preserve certain things in Sunset Boulevard, but then they literally want to tear down one of the most iconic places in this city, and that's like River Phoenix is rolling in his grave right now. That's all.
Thank you, Sam. Our next speaker is Cynthia Clemens, to be followed by Jacob Althouse and Joshua Gastelum.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Clemens. I'm speaking on behalf of Abundant Housing LA. We support this new and affordable housing and know that it will help to decrease displacement and gentrification, and we urge you, the council, to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Our next speaker is Jacob Althouse, to be followed by Joshua Gastelum and Raymond Jackson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Althouse. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm here in strong support of the 8850 Sunset Project. During my residency, I've watched this block of Sunset continue to deteriorate to an eyesore that is hardly fit for the Strip. I feel the live, work, play nature of the project will enliven a section of the Strip in a way that aligns with the city's efforts for a more pedestrian-oriented and vibrant area. We're fortunate to have a developer who cares enough about the history and spirit of the Strip to preserve the legacy of the Viper Room and make it even more appealing to a wider variety of patrons. Lastly, the city needs the rental units, and the city needs new revenue sources that the project will provide. I hope the council will join the Planning Commission in voting in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Gastelum, to be followed by Raymond Jackson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and West Hollywood City Council. My name is Joshua Gastelum, and I am here tonight to speak in opposition to the 8850 Sunset Project. I understand that it is not the developer's job to find housing for the homeless or to rehabilitate those struggling with addiction when they are dreaming of and designing projects like this. However, I also believe that we are all in agreement here in West Hollywood that the rent is extremely high. And when we designate 16 units as income restricted, we are basing that designation on the medium income scale that SteveFranco.com identifies as $103,000 per year, and the Census Bureau lists West Hollywood at about $89,000 per year. So that means that at 30% of annual income divided by 12 months per year, the amount of rent that these affordable units would cost would be $2,225 per month. And when that affordable housing regulations were conceived, It was not to create a slightly less expensive market rate. It was to mitigate homelessness by alleviating the downward pressure on renters to make all residential development accessible regardless of how expensive the other units were. At the very least, look at what the Viper Room employees make. Bouncers and bartenders make about $20 an hour. So if they are working 8-hour shifts, 5 days a week, for an entire year, they're not even making $40,000 a year. So we're not talking about housing the homeless. We're talking about housing the hospitality workers who would work in this building. And unless you unionize and pay these workers $89,000 a year to clean the hotel, then you need to make the average unit, even if it is single, no more than $1,000 per month in order for this to meet what is envisioned as they say affordable housing. So please deny this project. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raymond Jackson, to be followed by Zachary Wilson Strassers and Adam Rosencrantz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilor. My name is Raymond Jackson. I am here tonight to speak in opposition to the project at 8850 West Sunset. Look at the attachment D for a moment. Go to Exhibition E and page 62, which is your project public benefit summary. Go down to section 3 entitled Music History Gallery. An 825 square feet square shows posters and music equipment for 25 years is not worth $5 million. Give that $5 million to local kids who are starving and homeless. Give that $5 million to house some of the drug addicts dying in the streets nearby as we are having this hearing. Don't use $5 million on a bogus museum that literally no one has an interest in. Teacher, we know that you say that you teach rightly and you do not show personal favor, but teach the way of God in truth. It is lawful for us to pay taxes to Caesar or not, but he perceived their craftiness and said to them, why do you test me? Show me a denarius whose image and inscriptions does it have? They answered and said, Caesar. He said to them, render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar, and God the things that are God. Don't call it community benefits if you're not the only one, if you're the only one who benefits from it. Just to say, satisfy the terms of project agreement, deny this project. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Raymond. Our next speaker is Zachary Wilson Strassers, to be followed by Adam Rosencrantz and Lawrence Taylor.
All right, Ms. Meister, absolutely the most fabulous job of exposing fraud from a developer that I have ever seen in my entire life. And I want to say that you're a personal hero. I have attended hundreds of hearings all over Southern California, and let me say, I have an admiration for you that goes beyond public service. When somebody comes and with their logo issues and with their cap rates and they're clearly lying and they're clearly bogus and they clearly don't have the best interests of the workers, which I'm kind of concerned for Unite, whether or not they gave them a handshake deal, knowing that the affordable units are not even affordable for their workers. Even if they did give them a deal, I doubt that their workers are even going to be able to sustain themselves and live in one of the units that they're building. They're probably not even going to build it. You and I both know these types of projects aren't even getting built. They're holding off for 5 years. So at the very least, their extraordinary benefits cash payout should be extended from 10 to 20 years, assuming they even build it in 5 years. I think also, too, it's a shame if we lower our standards for the billboards, knowing that we put these standards in place. So if we give them a CUP, you ought to at least give all these other unions a deal. We might as well throw everything that we have at this. If we're going to stoop down low enough to approve this project, and we're going to totally betray the character of this city and everything else that goes into this project, and we're going to walk away feeling terrible about ourselves, we ought to at least give the community every single drop that this developer can give to them. And I think that we can all agree that that's the right thing to do. They're going to make more off of these billboards than anything the community is asking anyways. And take that terrible museum out. That's not fooling anybody. That's not a community benefit. That's only benefiting them. So absolutely deny the project. If you're going to approve the project, make it absolutely beautiful for the community. Thanks, and God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Rosencrantz, to be followed by Lawrence Taylor and Lala Kanian.
Hello, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, staff. I appreciate the diligence along with the council in reviewing this project. I also want to thank the developer for engaging in a multi-level review process that took the considerations of the community into consideration when they were developing a largely unremarkable portion of Sunset Boulevard. You know, this is an area that's long known for its vibrancy. The existing improvements are not vibrant. They're underutilized, as some other gentleman said. This site was always going to be redeveloped. I would note, I would caution the council of engaging in rhetoric that seems to laud, the erosion of developer profits. I would remind individuals that absent having a degree of profitability, no new projects will get built. The existing housing supply will remain static, largely under-maintained, largely under-improved. And I think a lot of the concerns that some of the residents of the city of West Hollywood have expressed today are that buildings are under-maintained, they're under-improved. Well, you need new product, and the only way to bring down rents in this city is to build new product. This project provides for a number of affordable units, but more than that, additional housing density will end up providing more competition. As landlords in the area need to fight for residents, natural market forces will occur that will inevitably result in the reduction of rents. The only way to deal with the affordable housing crisis is to build out of it, not to impose price controls, not to impose onerous regulations that impair the financial performance of projects. This project has got a lot of amazing attributes. I think the developers have done a great job taking into consideration those elements. I offer my unqualified support and hope that you guys approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lawrence Taylor, to be followed by Lala Kanian and Alan Willian.
Hello and good evening, council members and city staff members. I've owned property in West Hollywood before it became a city. I don't think there's been enough commendation for all of you, your predecessors who have taken what was an ugly, awful, unincorporated part of Los Angeles County and made it a beautiful city. The amount of work and time and effort that this city puts into every single project that finally gets built is incredible. And from a developer point of view, it's expensive, it's time-consuming, it's risky, and it takes a tremendous effort of partnership between the developer and the city and the staff members and the council and all of the years of effort to bring a project to fruition. And I want to commend you for all the work that's been done. This is an amazing project, and it will be an amazing contribution to the city of West Hollywood, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lala Kanian, to be followed by Alan Willian and Megan Goldring.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. And Eric, I wish you a fast recovery. I'm here for two reasons. First of all, the first one is I've been living in West Hollywood for 24 years. And luckily, I have my parking spot in my garage. But not everybody is as lucky as I am. I have been driving Uber at nights and some weekends, just temporarily to get out of depression. And if you want to know what is going on in people's minds, ask an Uber driver. So basically, I pick up people from, I'm close to I'm on Hampton, close to Gardner, and I pick up people all around from there, and they don't know. They weren't even notified that their parking spots might get taken away. They already say it's very hard, and we need to have like, anyway, yeah. So, women, I pick up women that were almost punched in the face, or someone with a baton was waiting for them during daytime, during morning hours, and they're scared to just walk out of their, gate. And so safety is a very major concern, and also it's very ridiculous that women cannot walk in the streets freely without getting harassed. And I'm here also for the Sunset Project. And I have to say there's a new club called Keys that they opened up, and it's in between Rainbow and
Thank you, Lala.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So anyway, yeah, traffic is going to be horrible.
Thank you. Alan Willian to be followed by Megan Goldring, and then I believe we are going to take a break at that point.
Your project is illegal. I sent you a letter explaining why the Court of Appeal in the decision on,
Alan, can you please speak into the mic?
sorry, your project is illegal. I sent you a letter explaining why. It's pretty simple. A first-year law student could read it and understand it. The Court of Appeal issued a decision which clearly and unequivocally states that there was no testing done in this particular project, and therefore it is presumed to be under an active fault. So what do they have to do? Well, under 3603, they have to get a registered geologist who has to do testing. And what type of testing do? They have to test the areas. Now, what testing did they do here? Have you looked that up? They tested on the west side, didn't test on the south, didn't test on the north, didn't test anywhere else. So therefore, they've done no testing, and therefore the Fix the City case applies. I know about Fix the City. We both of us sued the 8150 building and stopped it for the same reason here. This is an earthquake issue, and you are going to lose unless you get an independent advice from a lawyer who knows what the hell they're doing to explain this to you. I want to protect the city from what I consider to be a major problem. There is liquefaction in this particular area under a 10-foot zone. They're proposing some Mickey Mouse mat system that doesn't even go into bedrock. That's the same system they used in Millennium in San Francisco, which failed, and the city was sued for $30 to $50 million, which the city had to pay. So I assume all of the residents of West Hollywood want to pay $30 and $50 million when this project fails, because that's what you're looking at. Because you don't have an insurer, you don't have a D&O insurer, you don't have anybody that's going to protect your ass if you're sitting on the board or sitting on the planning commission.
Thank you, Alan.
Okay. You know, that's another
Thank you,
problem.
Alan, your time is up. No, your time is up. Alan, cut the mic. Thank you. Megan Goldring, and then we will be taking a break.
That's fucking right.
Good evening, council members. My name is Megan Goldring. I'm 31 years old and I'm from the Los Angeles area. I'm here today to strongly support this project. I regularly attend city council meetings across Los Angeles County, and I've seen a recurring theme. People who would otherwise support housing end up rejecting whatever is proposed at their own backyard because it inconveniences them. We need to think beyond ourselves and support projects that will benefit our city in the long term. This project is well considered with thoughtful construction and provides green and modern amenities. It will bring jobs, housing, and revenue to the city, resources that can be used to build even more housing. If we continue to block projects like this because of short-term inconveniences to only local residents, we'll never solve the housing crisis. I urge you to support this project and help us move Los Angeles forward.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you. So we are going to pause the hearing. We are still in the middle of the hearing. But we are going to take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 9:30.
How many speakers do we have left, Melissa?
I have 11 in chambers and four or five in Zoom.
And I want to remind everyone the public hearing is still open, so we cannot talk to anyone during the break. Thank you.
Hector Barbosa, to be followed by Dominic B. and Brian Shuley. Okay, Hector's not here. Oh, you are here, okay. Olivia, can we turn that mic back on?
Try it again, Hector.
Hello, everyone.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, I want to say hello to everybody. There's a very strong reason why I want to support this project. It goes back to a conversation that I had exactly 27 years ago, that I was celebrating a birthday to a friend of mine, and as we were walking down the Sunset Strip, it felt like it hadn't been the same ever since the 70s and the early 80s when he was a teenager. And I remember that with further discussion, we came to the conclusion that a lot of things were actually dying without even knowing that about 10 years later, most of the things would be kind of dead, whether they were business or the sort of entertainment that we have become accustomed to. So the only way that we could foresee some kind of future along the Strip was that maybe 25 to 35 years later, everything had to go up instead of wider. That we needed to build more in order to accommodate not only more businesses, but also more housing and a lot of things, just because we thought that everything was becoming obsolete. When we were looking at those 1 or 2 story buildings, I said, this is a thing of the past. The only thing we can do, I mean, as residents, of West Hollywood, was to think forward and to keep expanding and compete actually with other major cities in the world in terms of entertainment. And in the last several years that I have entertained a lot of visitors, they no longer look to the places of the past. They're now looking to a lot of the hotels and a lot of the other businesses that are filled with a lot of young people having fun. It's no longer about the Viper Room or the whiskey or asking for where's the House of Blues or anything like that. That would die also with, Tower Records and everything else. So I listen to the young people, the ones who are under 30 that come to West Hollywood, and what do they expect? And I do foresee in the future that maybe 25 years from now, this kind of project is going to be quite commonplace. So you have to work out the bugs with this project and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Our next speaker is Dominic B. To be followed by Brian Shuley and Maxwell Yulin.
Good evening. God, we had to stop meeting like this, you guys. Seriously. Okay. This is a really personal project to me because River Phoenix was a very good friend of mine, and I was there that fateful night. But aside from that, didn't we learn something from the history books, about the Great Depression? Because we're almost there, you guys. I'm all for affordable housing, but 16 units in a building this size? We need more. I mean, I'm literally walking over people, walking over their legs, walking over their defecation. It's kind of scary. I mean, commonplace, if you look at the news, it's kind of a scary place now. It's kind of like the Wild West. So I'm kind of stuck at a crossroads, really. I'm for it, but I'm also not. But we have to take a chance. Part of life is chance, and after chance comes lessons. And I think that we need to sort of just take a risk, take a deep breath, and say, okay, let's just go ahead and, excuse my language, fucking do it. So, we're kind of stuck at this point. So I'm all for it, and I would hope that you guys would all do the same. Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow, but at the end of the day, we can rest at night knowing that we helped another person, our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Shuley, to be followed by Maxwell Yulin and Victor Omolchenko.
Hi, I'm Brian Shuley. I've been a resident of West Hollywood on Larrabee Street for over 10 years now. This is more for a prop. I picked it up off the table. This represents all the information that was not shared with the Planning Commission before they made the decision to pass this forward to the council. Staff admitted, it's on the video, you can watch, that they purposely did not give it to them because they didn't think they needed to know. Unacceptable, unacceptable, unacceptable. I saw one person up here asking reasonable questions and doing any of their homework, and that was Councilman Meister. Ironically, Hoop and Garner was the only one on the Planning Commission who seemed to give a damn about any of this. She asked all the questions that the rest of you are ignoring. It's disgusting. You were put into office by voters, not by people coming in from out of town, not by unions. Whether you support it or not, I don't really care. You were put in office by the people who live in the city and vote in the city. I am a religious voter. When I say religious, I mean I vote every time. And I guarantee you, if you don't start listening, if you don't start doing what's right, you will not be in office long, because I will make it my mission to see that you get voted out. I'm going to skip around a little bit because a lot of people have said some things that I agree with. We have plenty of buildings already in this city that have been boarded up for years. We've got holes in the ground that are causing infestations of bugs, and the developers are being allowed to do this. These people are taking big tax write-offs for properties that they're not developing for years and years and years. And what's that do for us? It makes us look like a ghetto. Public benefit, give me a break. A lobby and a garden that I can go to, oh wait, I can't because I'm working during those hours. And zoning is there for a reason, not to be broken and made exceptions when people decide they want to grease your palms.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker is Maxwell Yulin, to be followed by Victor Omolchenko and Teresa Leon.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maxwell Yulin. I am the political director of Westside Young Democrats. The Westside Young Dems are committed to supporting policies and candidates that support a more affordable, equitable, and sustainable Los Angeles region. Our organization has endorsed the 8850 project, which we believe can serve as a model for sustainable and equitable development in West Hollywood and throughout the region. Our state remains in a deep housing crisis that has driven many people like me, many young people, and our membership to move elsewhere. By including additional affordable housing units in this development, the Viper Room project meets not only the commercial goals of the developers, but also helps West Hollywood and the region draw slightly closer to meeting its goals for affordable housing development. The project will also expand public space by widening sidewalks and creating a new public plaza for visitors and pedestrians. And by reviving the world-renowned Viper Room, the project promises to restore a key staple to the West Hollywood music and entertainment scene. This project has been a collaborative project with community stakeholders, whether it be workers, environmental groups, and other community members in developing the plan for this project. And so I urge you, Council, to support this project on behalf of our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victor Omolchenko, to be followed by Teresa Leon and Juan Delara.
Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. I don't know if this project is ready for prime time. Too many unanswered questions, too many unresolved issues. These late arriving letters from lawyers, the concerns raised by the Coalition for Responsible Economic Development, the letter from Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo, then a 61-page report that was just available today from the staff responding to some of these things. This project's environmental review remains inadequate under CEQA. The FEIR must be revised to fully analyze and mitigate all of the project's potentially significant impacts to air quality, noise, and public health impacts. Send this back to staff to recirculate the EIR to the public. In fact, have a true community conversation with the nearby West Hollywood Elementary School to see how teachers and parents feel the project will impact their children. And we do care about children and the air that they breathe. Furthermore, let's look further into Silver Creek Development. They purchased 2 pieces of land at 1120 to 1124 Larrabee. They evicted long-time rent-stabilized tenants. Is that justice for renters? They demolished those buildings. They promised us a 4-story, 22-unit development with affordable housing in it, and nothing has been done yet. I'm very concerned. Silver Creek Development is offering a measly 16 units of affordable housing in the new project. Well, how about being a little more generous and adding in another 8 affordable units for maybe a total of 24? Or how about maybe having, if there is such a concern about affordable housing, a total big project of residential housing? There appear to be enough hotels in this city with a lot of vacant rooms. Back to the hopper until Silver Creek Development shows that it has the funds and the wherewithal to build a project that it already has permits for at 11.
Victor. Victor, thank you. Teresa.
Please. Thank you.
Teresa Leon to be followed by Juan Delara and Jake LaJoy.
Buenas noches a todos.
Sorry, one, no, can you help her with the mic down, please? Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Teresa León. Quería manifestarme en contra de este proyecto y de mis inquietudes al respecto. Cualquiera que haya pasado más de 10 minutos en West Hollywood puede decir que la cantidad de tráfico y compasión en Sunset, en esta zona, es horrible. Por decir lo menos ahora, este proyecto también pretende sumar tráficos residenciales y hoteleros. Apoyo plenamente la rehabilitación de la zona para añadir una gran cantidad de personas y presumir el espacio para conferencias y eventos de las azotes parecen demasiado. Por favor, nos apoyen este proyecto. Esto pondrá aún más por zona que ya está sobrecargada. Esperemos que apoyen el contrato que van a hacer. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
So I'm translating for Teresa Leon. I want to speak up against this project and my concern with it. Anyone who has spent more than 10 minutes in West Hollywood can tell you the amount of traffic and congestion on Sunset in this area is horrible, to say the least. Now, this project wants to add residential and hotel traffic too. I fully support the revitalization of the area, but to add huge amounts of people and boast conference and event space on a rooftop seems too much. Please don't support this project. It will make an already overburdened area even worse. Okay, that's done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Delara to be followed by Jake LaJoy.
Hi, I'm Juan Delara. Hi, everyone. My name is Juan Delara, and I'm here as a resident to speak against this project. Although Los Angeles needs more housing, this location and this area is not the right place for it. Additionally, this is primarily a hotel more than a housing project, which is something we really don't need. Everyone is trying to monopolize on the upcoming Olympics and building hotels to place the expected visitors. But what will this place be in the long term? Another vacant hotel and few residents living on lower floors? If you're going to build housing, don't profit from our city for the short term and then abandon us in the long term. Thank you for your time. Okay.
Thank you, Jake LaJoy to be followed by Vito Timothy Basulto and Aurica Hurst.
Good evening, staff, council members, and mayor. Thank you for your service. It's a long night, but I'll try and make this sweet. I've lived in the city of West Hollywood for about 17 years. I live within 200 feet of the site. I'm a renter, and I support the project. I think that the most important issue in the city of West Hollywood and the county of Los Angeles is housing. We're in a housing crisis and we need it. And the only way we're going to tackle it is one project at a time. I personally believe density needs to be on major avenues such as Sunset Boulevard. I think the density is keeping within the other hotels and projects that have been approved along Sunset. I personally like the open space, and there's no perfect project, but I like the architecture. And I think that there's enough benefit here and enough good that it outweighs any of the negatives. And I really hope you guys, as council members, are able to come together and approve the project, because the housing crisis is, while affecting everybody, it's really, really affecting the middle class and working class the most, and that's who I care about the most. And I hope you guys are able to come to a decision. And thank you very much for your service again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vito Timothy Basulto, to be followed by Erika Hurst.
Good afternoon. My name is Vito Timothy Basulto. I'm with the Anchor Church at DTLA. We're opposed to this project and ask you to vote no on it. The city of West Hollywood deserves development projects that will grow and help the local community to thrive. Engaging our local workforce, and ensuring that the local residents will benefit for these projects is so important. Please make sure that this project does this for the community. Until this is urgent, please vote no on this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker in chambers is Aurica, and I may be pronouncing it wrong. It's A-U-R-I-C-A. Okay, we will now move to our speakers in Zoom, and then I will read the citizen position slips into the record.
Our first speaker in Zoom this evening is Jason Beck, to be followed by Daniel Wilson. Jason, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jason Beck. I'm the owner of Oz in West Hollywood and a 20-year resident of the Sunset Strip. In the 2 decades since I moved to West Hollywood, a lot has changed, but one thing hasn't. West Hollywood is a place where people want to be. People want to live here, eat here, stay here, and play here. By adding this new apartment, including affordable housing, new dining spaces, and new hotel, and expanding the Viper Room, 8850 Sunset adds to that which makes people want to be here in West Hollywood, and it deserves your support. So I encourage you all to vote yes on this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Our next speaker is Danielle Wilson, to be followed by Victoria Ute. Danielle, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and City Council members. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 and as a West Hollywood renter. We proudly stand here today representing a regional coalition of residents, workers, students, faith leaders, and housing and environmental justice organizations, including West Side for Everyone and the Environmentalists of Color Collective at UCLA. On behalf of this robust coalition, we urge you to approve the staff recommendation. This project is exactly what we need to begin addressing the housing and homelessness crisis that impacts each of our lives. Tonight, you heard from some of our members who came to council chambers after a full day at their jobs, making our hotels function, to make it possible for all of us to enjoy the wealth of services in this town, to make it possible for us to enjoy our lives. But so many of them cannot afford to live here and reap those same benefits. The least we can do is approve this project tonight. We should be spending all of our time figuring out how to scale it up and reproduce it as quickly as possible. It is an absolute win for the interconnected housing and environmental crises. It will even contribute to our local ecosystem by incorporating a wide selection of native pollinators throughout the project and a native soil immersion garden. A vote for this project incorporates a piece of WeHo history into a project that opens the door for workers who will live steps away from their jobs. A vote against this project shuts the door to so many people who also want to be able to live in a world-class city like ours. Please approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victoria Yunt, to be followed by Jamie Francis. Victoria, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Victoria Yunt from the law firm Lazo Drury. I'm speaking on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER requests that the City Council deny approving the final EIR for the project because it fails as an informational document and fails to impose all feasible mitigation measures to reduce the project's significant impact. SAFER submitted written comments earlier today, including expert analysis of the project's significant air quality impact. SAFER found that the EIR is inadequate for several reasons. SAFER is particularly concerned that the EIR fails to comply with CEQA by one, failing to ensure that the project's cancer risk from emissions of diesel particulate matter is less than significant, and failing to incorporate adequate mitigation measures to reduce air quality impact. Two, failing to adequately analyze the project's indoor air quality impacts and related health risks from significant formaldehyde emissions. And three, failing to adequately analyze the project's impacts on energy. For these reasons, SAFER urges the City Council to deny approving the final EIR and direct staff to address the EIR shortcomings in a revised and recirculated EIR before approving the project. This concludes my comments. Thank you again for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Francis, to be followed by Sol Yamini. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I just wanted to give my personal insight into the project. I don't know if I can support it right now because of things that I don't see are fulfilling the objectives of the city, as well as the affordable housing contingency. 16 units is not acceptable. You need to have buildings that are going to be built to be 30 to 50% to resolve or solve this housing crisis. They did make some mitigations to the building in the purview of it, which I agree with, but living next to 8150 Sunset and what Townscape Partners did not involve us residents. And I want things to be transparent. That's what's important. More so than what happened at Doheny. Now it's 8850 Sunset. They're revising their plan. They're saying it's the benefit of the public. I've lived off Sunset, and I'm still waiting for affordable units on Sunset, and I'm lucky I live in an affordable unit through the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. Otherwise, I would not be in this neighborhood. There are two worlds. There are literally two avenues. You got, the Sierra Towers on one, on La Colina, that are $1 million condos, and you have La Brea and Santa Monica and Fountain. And they're two separate worlds. I mean, we want to attract people who can live here and have affordable housing, but not be, sidestepped by wealthy visitors and Airbnbs that have decimated the city, and it's just been problematic. And I just get angry when I see people going with suitcases, and they're going to literally a luxury apartment that I, want to be in, or that I want to afford, that I want to be part of, that I want to, at least qualify for, and that's not possible. And I resent it. I really do. These developers have to do a better job, and they have to include more housing, and at least, have some kind of meeting or some kind of engagement with the residents of this city. And they have
Thank
failed
you,
to do
Jamie.
that. So
Thank
as
you,
of now,
Jamie.
I
Your
don't know if
time
I
is
can
up.
support
Thank
it.
you. Our next speaker is Sol Yamini, to be followed by Adam Darvish. Sol, go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Sol Yamini. I'm the owner of several businesses on the Sunset Strip, including Pink Dot Express, and Urban Leaf. I'm also a board member of the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District. I'm very excited about the project at 8850 Sunset Boulevard and what it will do for this section of the Sunset Strip. I think by expanding the sidewalk and adding outdoor dining, 8850 Sunset will activate this block of the Strip and create a daytime destination for both residents and visitors. A new hotel and 78 new apartments will bring a built-in customer base for the businesses along the Strip in a block that needs it badly. I hope you join me and support 8850 Sunset Boulevard, which I think would be a great addition to the Sunset Strip. Thank you.
Thank you, Sol. And our last speaker on Zoom is Adam Darvish. Adam, go ahead. Adam, go ahead.
I was on mute, sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members and staff. Just wanted to share my thoughts, and I agree with all the oppositions. They made all the points that I wanted to make, but I wanted to add that, as you all know, because of London Hotel and the rooftop bar, that nobody managed the approval of the traffic flow into Larrabee almost ended my life. As you all know, that story, I don't need to repeat it, is published as an op-ed in WehoVille. But I'm glad that there's a discussion about traffic flow tonight, and Council Member Harman. I'm not sure if you were on the council when London Hotel was approved, and you almost risked my life. Almost ended my life. And this has impacted every day of my life. You know, it's hard for me to be at home when I hear the traffic coming down Larrabee as fast as they go, and the city refused to put speed bumps and asked a victim to get involved and put some measures in place that did not help. So I wanted to thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Meister, for all the points, all the questions. So tonight's vote really would decide if you really listen to residents. Someone like me that almost lost his life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Vice Mayor, that's our last speaker on Zoom.
Thank you. I do have citizen position slips to read into the record. The following individuals submitted citizen position slips in favor of the project: David Ruiz, Donald D. Cyril, Catherine Devanzo, Bella Sidelnik, and Alina Mushinsky. The following individuals submitted citizen position slips in opposition of the project, or I'm sorry, the recommendation from staff: Lynn Roth, Jennifer Kuttner, Kathy Blavis, Stephanie Harker, Sarah Risher, and David Eckert. Thank you, Vice Mayor, that's all.
Thank you. Does the applicant or their representative wish to make any further comments? You have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you.
We very much appreciate everyone's time this evening and appreciate all the members of the public who came out tonight to speak. The only thing I wanted to address is that we do expect union construction on this project to be above 80%. We have had discussions with many of the trades who are here today and are committed to continuing those discussions, and we will make sure that all of our workers on this project are well taken care of. I know you have deliberations ahead, don't want to take any more of your time, would like to yield the rest of my time to the council. Thank you very much, and thank you to staff.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Please note the City Council may still ask questions of staff and the applicant during this time, but we are going to now move to council deliberations. So, is anybody ready to deliberate? I'm going to start on this end, if that's okay. No, you're ready. He's ready. I'm always ready. He's ready. Okay, well, we're going to start on this end then. Councilmember Heilman, please begin.
Well, first of all, thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. Thank you for all of the written comments that we received. Thank you to staff for all of their work on this. Thank you to the neighbors who came out to speak about this project. And thank you to the applicant for working so hard to bring this forward. Having thanked everyone, I'm now going to probably annoy everyone because my comments are likely to upset pretty much everyone. So first of all, I would say that First of all, I would say that something is going to be built here. I've talked to some neighbors who have suggested that it should be like Sunset Plaza, and that is not realistic. Something will get built here. It will be big. The Montgomery family has owned their property for probably 70 plus years, and they don't have the same need to develop their property at a higher density or a higher height. Suggesting that this is going to be 1 or 2 stories or even 3 or 4 stories is just not realistic. To people who have advocated for this project based on housing and more affordable housing, I support affordable housing. I have a long track record of supporting affordable housing. This is not a housing project. This is primarily a hotel project with housing. The type of housing that we're getting, yes, there will be 16 affordable units, and any increase in the affordable units is a good thing. The 62 other units will be high-end units that will be similar to the units by the addition. They are not going to be affordable to the vast majority of people who live anywhere near West Hollywood. And for those of you who came here tonight to support affordable housing, I want you to think about and envision how this project could actually produce a whole lot more affordable housing. If this were developed as a housing project, a fully housing project, it would likely have 250 plus units. There would be more likely 50 fully affordable units. So while we might support affordable housing, when you support this project, you have to think about the alternatives that are not going to get built that could actually produce more housing. And regardless of how many units are built here, this is not going to solve the homelessness crisis. The people who are on our street who are homeless, they have a myriad of problems. It isn't just a housing problem. There's mental health problems, there's substance abuse problems, and yes, more housing does help, but it's not going to help the people who are currently on the street. I also think it's a little bit unfair to suggest that the 17 units are suddenly going to satisfy the need for workplace housing for the people who work here. It would be ideal if everyone who worked in West Hollywood also lived here. But we already have lots of people who are on waiting lists for affordable units. And the people who came here tonight to speak, I feel terrible because I think some of them think once this is built, we're going to get that housing. But that's not realistic when you have, a lot of times thousands of people ahead of you on a waiting list. I will say that the project is attractive. I think the architecture is a big improvement over the initial iteration and the second iteration. I still have concerns about balconies on Sunset because the noise is going to make them unusable, and I hope that the applicant will talk to the people at the Hyatt, now Andaz, about their experiences with balconies on Sunset. The public terrace portion along San Vicente doesn't really impress me as that much of a public benefit because of the hours of operation, as well as the fact that I live near AKA. There are benches along La Cienega that no one uses except a few random homeless individuals occasionally. So I'm not sure that this is really going to be serving the needs of the community. I have no problem with a music gallery, but having it open from 11 to 5, that doesn't serve people who work, who want to see that museum. It doesn't really serve visitors. That to me really needs to be rethought as a public benefit. The full valet for all of the residents and guests is not going to work. Residents are not going to want to have to wait to get their car while all of the hotel guests are ahead of them. I think that really needs to be rethought. Staff comparing this to AKA and Pally House, I think are really terrible examples because of the problems we've had. And I didn't see enough in this proposal that convinces me that the housing units will actually be occupied by long-term residents. I agree with the criticisms of the neighborhood that the transportation and circulation doesn't really work. I don't think it makes sense to put all of those vehicles onto Larrabee. And I also agree with Nick Schaefer's comments that when people exit, if they want to go south, you're forcing them to go north onto San Vicente. Then what they're going to do is go along Sunset, and then they're going to cut down through the residential neighborhoods. That's obvious. I mean, that's what I would do. Or what people are going to do, they're going to illegally turn left out of the project onto San Vicente to go south. The 5 restaurant spaces, I know they're not necessarily restaurants, they've been studied. There's no hotel with 90 rooms that is going to have 5 restaurants. That just doesn't make sense. No hotel operator is going to do that. We have the example of the Pendry where their 2 restaurants were shut down. We have the Andaz that has 1 restaurant that really doesn't operate fully. I think that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Saying that this is consistent with the Arts Club, and I just have to say the attorney for this project, I believe, was also the attorney for the Arts Project, which hasn't been built and is not going to get built. So saying that we need the same density here to make it consistent with a project that isn't being built and is unlikely to be built, that sort of proves the point of the slippery slope. Once we approve one, then everyone else wants the same height and density. And that is problematic because that's not what the Sunset Strip specific plan is all about. This project, in my mind, continues the trend of developers purchasing properties knowing that the current zoning and height does not allow them to pay for their purchase, and then coming to the city and saying that in order for the project to pencil out, we need lots more density and we need lots more height. The increase in density here is not insignificant. The density under the Sunset Specific Plan is 2.75. What they're asking for is more than double that, 5.70 density. The height increase from 100 to 161 is also significant. I'm not going to cry wolf unnecessarily about this project. I don't think it's going to get built. I don't think anyone who really looks at it from a financing standpoint is going to finance it. And if somebody is thinking about financing it, please look at our comments and look at the comments of the public tonight. It will be difficult for a hotelier to operate this as it's designed. The residential parking and the parking for the hotel, having them combined doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The unfortunate thing here is I do support development and I do support affordable housing and housing generally. A good project can be built here. This does not have to be a binary choice here. We don't have to say yes or no. We can say we support development at this site. We want something to be built here. We do support affordable housing. We want housing that is going to work for the community. We can work with the developer to devise a project that is better, that is more responsive, and that actually makes sense and will get built. The project that's before us tonight, unfortunately, is not one of those projects. I suggest that we continue to work with the developer and with the community to try to come up with a project that will garner more support from the community and is one that will actually get built rather than another project that is approved and remains vacant up on Sunset. Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman. Councilmember Meister, are you ready? Okay, great.
So first, I have a question for staff. How many of the 16 affordable units are for very low income?
So the combination would include 8 units that are either very low or low income, and the other 8 units would be moderate income.
Right, but how many are for very low?
It's at the discretion of the developer. They can choose for those 8 units to be either very low or low.
Okay, thank you. So I'll get into my comments. First, it is beyond distressing that staff provided wrong information to our Planning Commission, which is the body that is supposed to be vetting this project for us. The mitigation measures for noise, I think, are insufficient. The fact that increased traffic on Larrabee and San Vicente Boulevard is not considered a significant impact is concerning. Unlike the Arts Club project, all of the different uses in this project, particularly hotel, conference space, and multiple restaurants, will intensify traffic on a daily basis. And I'm not sure about the specifics of the state law on earthquake mitigation, but as someone who now works in the area of emergency management, I hope we know what we're doing. And I also hope that the city is indemnified for the length of the DA. Regarding the billboards, I don't understand how they got awarded this. I don't see where the billboards are so exceptional that they, that they were chosen. But I would say they are probably exceptional only in the sense that they will keep this project solvent. Regarding the sunset specific plan and the staff's comment that this complies with the sunset specific plan as long as we'll comply when you approve the amendment, and if you approve the amendment, we'll comply. That's circular reasoning. That's not how they're complying with the sunset specific plan. Because the sunset specific plan was developed a few decades ago, Council said a few years ago, let's look at projects on Sunset on a case-by-case basis. But we didn't say, let's discount the Sunset specific plan entirely. Very specifically, the Sunset specific plan says, physically integrate the Bellage Hotel into the activity of Sunset Boulevard and augment its operation by developing compatible uses such as conference meeting facilities, restaurant and retail. Retail and restaurant uses, not just restaurant. I lived on Clark Street for over 5 years, just above Sunset, and I used to walk down to Sunbee Liquor for milk, cigarettes, yes, I used to smoke, and even my cleaning, I did. With no guarantee of retail, there is no guarantee of any neighborhood serving businesses in this project. Regarding the public benefits and the DA, I'm very concerned that the cap rate and construction costs used for the calculations are misrepresented. If you go to the data input tab, of the public benefits tool, as I mentioned before, and you input 8 instead of 5.75, we're looking at a negative 15 million compared to a 9.6 residual land value. By using the appropriate cap rate, the value of the project is less than they're saying. In other words, this configuration does not pencil out. Maybe that's why they need the huge billboards. As I've said before, I think the public benefits tool is severely flawed, and we need to relook at this process. Regarding the affordable housing, giving us 20% affordable housing as if that's an extraordinary public benefit when our RENA requirements are for 60% of units built to be affordable, this is not a deal. 20% inclusionary is what the city demanded for years, so 20% is nothing special. Also, where units are located is not typically decided until after the project is built to make sure that the affordable units are evenly distributed throughout a project for equity. There are no affordable units on the highest floor where there's residential units. So you may not have a poor floor or a poor door, but you certainly have made sure the poor don't get a view. In addition, it is not specified how many will be low income versus very low income, but the terminology is included to make it sound like they will be renting to very low income folks. If our staff is comfortable to designate where affordable units will be located, they should be comfortable enough to designate the number of units that will be very low income. I think we all want to see that block of Sunset revitalized. But let's talk about what's in it for the city. Let's talk about the value of the public benefits, which staff told Planning Commission was not in their purview to discuss, even though they had to make findings for their recommendation. So you have $2 million cash, you have $3 million in TOT override for 20 years. By the way, the DA goes for 30 years, which the applicant doesn't pay for, our visitors pay for it. This serves as a penalty and disincentivizes people from visiting West Hollywood and going to this hotel. $5 million for the Viper Room lobby. Using a private space as a public benefit, haven't we learned anything from the Restoration Hardware public benefit debacle? What happens if the Viper Room goes away and the next tenant has nothing to do with music? And why would you want to be limited to daytime hours, as Councilmember Heilman said, to visit this music history gallery when you can go to the Ziggy Hotel anytime, day or night, and see the same stuff? The applicant's rep brought up the Arts Club at PC trying to say it set a precedent. However, he got it wrong. One, the city attorney has said time and time again, a DA is an agreement negotiated on a case-by-case basis and does not set a precedent. Two, the gallery at the Arts Club is a public space run by the owner. There is no third-party private tenant that rents that space. It's for public use, period. $7.9 million for outdoor landscape public terrace or breezeway during work hours. What happens outside the hours? Does it become private space? Outdoor dining? Are project residents and tenants allowed in the space during the public hours? Of course they are. This is a project amenity. This is not a public benefit. So a total of almost $18 million, supposedly in exchange for $9.5 million residual land value. Obviously, the revenue from the billboards is much more important to the applicant than this project because giving away $18 million for $9.5 million doesn't make any sense. But also, if we take away the Music History Gallery and the breezeway and the visitor paid TOT, we are left with $2 million. $2 million in exchange for a 60% increase in height and 107% increase in FAR. To me, that seems like a bad deal. I cannot support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. So I, compared to the original architecture, I agree. This newer architecture is a vast improvement over the past few years. I also actually agree that the hours of operation for the music museum and the side amenity is too limited. I want to actually say that the London coming into agreement with the developer and applicant is wonderful. That showed a great level of cooperation. For many years, London was pretty much very vehemently against this project. So it shows that the applicant has listened through the iterations and has come to the table to want to mitigate any kind of detriment to its business neighbor, which is always a great thing. This hotel will create jobs, which is incredible. It does have affordable housing in it, and low-income housing and moderate housing is needed. There are many people, residents that are on our affordable housing list and some that don't live here yet, that and many residents that are not on the list that often talk to me about, look, I don't qualify as low income, and I don't qualify as, I can't I can't buy anything. You would think that outside of California, I would buy a house. Here, I can't. I'm stuck. Well, that's what the moderate housing is for. I'm happy that there's going to be a restoration of this, Viper Room Museum and a club. So that's a wonderful thing. The issues with the traffic has, I know, been the original iteration was that we're going to take it in through San Vicente or we're going to go through Larrabee. There's been lots and lots and lots of conversations, changes to how people are going to park, how traffic is going to move through this project. And for what this is so far the best outcome that has actually been approved by our Planning Commission. I think Councilmember Heilman saying that this is not a housing project. Yeah, it's not necessarily a housing project, but it is going to have housing created, which is, at the end of the day, really important. It is a hotel, and what is going to happen here is there is going to be, again, economic revitalization through the streets and many jobs created. And I'm glad to hear that the applicant is going to be working with the trades to make sure that they are at least 80% union utilization. That's all I have to say for now. I'm really waiting to hear from my colleagues as well about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. Mayor Erickson?
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the hours. Is the applicant willing to extend the hours for the music history extravaganza or whatever it's called in the outdoor space?
Yes, Mayor, we are willing to extend the hours.
And so I mean, can we go as late as 8 p.m., 9 p.m.?
If it's at the pleasure of the council, we could go until 9 p.m.
Okay, because I keep hearing from my colleagues about working hours and nighttime stuff. Okay, that's great. And then is our city engineer there? I can't see any. Sorry.
Is our city engineer here to speak? The mayor asked.
Essentially, the left-hand turn issue, I believe Councilmember Heilman brought it up regarding people turning around and doing stuff. There's a way that we could install, aren't there already bollards on San Vicente, but is there a way to install bollards to stop that?
Mayor Erickson, yes, there is, and actually the applicant and staff have had discussions regarding measures that can be installed on San Vicente Boulevard to prevent people from turning left and making sure that they turn right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are just some of my quick questions. Thank you so much. I'm going to get into my comments. I want to thank all the members of the public who have come out tonight, as well as the Planning Commission. Coincidentally enough, I was at home sick when the Planning Commission held their meeting as well, so I got to watch that. It sounds like with Councilmember Meister, maybe Vice Mayor Byers watching it as well at the same time. I want to kind of go back to the history of this project in 2018. You know, from my understanding and what I read in the record of findings, the city actually, yes, we want to support development on this site, but the city itself has cost this project what seems to be like millions of dollars itself. From my understanding, the UDAS studio would come in at the last second with changes to the billboard policies without council purview or what was going on there. Last minute changes that caused significant change to, I think, the overall design. Um, and I mean, when you think about the entitlement process to the process itself, the first slide that I believe was shown regarding the calendar. I mean, I think my colleague said it. We support development on the site, but holy hera, 2018, I don't know. I mean, if this project itself isn't approved, right, it's going to be another 10, 15 years of whatever project would be there, if anything at all. Because why would someone want to do business in the city when frankly, all we do is lead them on a wild goose chase sometimes? I mean, and that's kind of my problem here with, I think, the overall process on the second floor. This isn't a criticism of staff. This is a criticism of, I think, the problems I'm seeing with the amount of time and money that is wasted when we're trying to build maybe a larger housing project. Maybe more housing was and could have been actually inside the issues of...
Mayor, I'm so sorry. 1 second, please. I'm going to ask the audience to please stay seated so we can have council deliberations without any distractions on screen. Thank you. Thank you. Go on, Mayor. Thank you.
So much. But I guess the issue too is like, if the mechanics or the economies of scale don't work out to produce more housing because of what the city's imposing on people in terms of development, I guess that's where I get worried at times. And I think I've seen this project fall victim to that a number of times. In 2018, I wasn't on the council, I was on the planning commission. And from what I have seen this project go through multiple iterations, it's changed its overall design, it's changed its makeup, it's changed its room makeup, where it's been going, what type of restaurant, how many restaurants, is it a museum, is there an outdoor space? I mean, and these sometimes have been last minute requests from the city, and the applicant has changed it willingly because they actually have a willingness to build. And I think that is also very important. I do hear from members of the public when they say, we don't want another Melrose Triangle. Well, no one wants another Melrose Triangle. And I think the issues here that we've been seeing is that this does have a development agreement, but ultimately, how many millions of dollars have we already kind of wasted on this project by enforcing changes that don't even pen out even on the paper or the final designs of what we're seeing now? I mean, the half of the different iterations themselves, I can only imagine what that cost. So that's a little bit on a soapbox, so I apologize. I think Commissioner Harris or Jesse Harris said it, you know, any housing that we can get, we should be looking at, and I think good for trying to build more housing. No one is going to be happy by any means with any project built on this site. I mean, if everyone remembers the Weatherly project, 100% affordable housing, all 100% affordable housing, you would have thought that Chicken Little was right and the sky was falling based on that and infill development. And so I'm a little bit hesitant to think and say, and I'm happy to talk more with people in the community about this, but any type of development that always occurs is always going to rattle the cages a little bit. But the types of mitigations themselves that I think need to be in place and are in place here are what's, you know, I think have been addressed. The Viper Room conversation, I see not a destruction of the Viper Room. I see someone trying to revitalize the Viper Room. I have not been to the Viper Room in many years. I don't necessarily like live loud music. It's a weird thing of mine. I know, cancel me now. But ultimately, I see someone bringing back a historic piece and investing in it and changing the hours and times. I'm happy to see that. It has 50% of the ground retail conditions, I'm sorry, 50% of the ground floor be occupied, and the hotel one have a different type of occupancy requirement. I'm supportive of the media logo. I understand that's a post-planning commission decision, but I'm supportive of that. And I believe the different types of payment obligations in here in the construction timelines, we're going to be getting those payments because the construction will be commencing. And from what I can gather, this individual who's trying to, these individuals who are trying to build this project are very motivated because they've been sticking with us since 2018. I mean, no project itself is perfect in any other way, shape, and form, but I don't know. Okay. I mean, so let's go with the counter argument. Let's build 250 units of housing on this spot. Let's go high. Let's build all housing. All housing. And I want to see who comes out to support that or who opposes it. It'll be too big. It'll be too tall. They won't want people in their neighborhoods. I mean, don't try to sell me a bag of magic beans here. But I ultimately think that if we're looking at supporting development and supporting something on this site, the history of the people that own sites on the Sunset Strip, own them and hang on to them and don't develop them. That Christmas tree lot, and other lots won't be developed because they're not motivated to develop them. And here we do have a developer that is motivated to build it and build housing and bring forth economic vitality. And I just got to tell you, Los Angeles as a whole is not prepared for any type of hotel occupancy in 2026 or in 2028. So I just have to say I respect and hear what people are saying. I'm glad that the developer is willing to extend certain things to continue, I think, showing signs of good faith. And I'm supportive of this project. I think that this has been going on for long enough, and I think it's time to move forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, if I may, before
Sure.
I have
You
a
have
few
some-
more things.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much. One thing a couple of comments regarding the retail versus a restaurant. I actually agree that economics are going to dictate how these are, this space is going to be filled. And by the time this gets built, we'll see what the economy is. And if it's not, if 5 restaurants aren't going to be practical, then it's not going to be all restaurants, and it's going to end up being a mix of retail and restaurants. So I don't think the developer is going to want to have empty spaces because they're not going to make money from empty spaces.
Please do not speak while we're deliberating. Thank you.
As far as the valet, I do have a question regarding the valet. I know that Councilmember Heilman had an issue, so if you can come up here, with residents not wanting to wait for hotel occupants, and I completely understand that. To me, the solution is simple. Create a priority line or a different line for the valet operator to give priority to the residents versus the hotel occupants. Is that something you can offer?
Yes, Councilmember, that is something that we could offer. There's 2 valet drop-off areas. One of the zones is at the Viper Room, and one of the zones is at the hotel, and we could prioritize residents to drop off in the first of those zones in the Viper Room zone. That we certainly could do that.
And so then when they come and get their car, they can have priority, so they're not waiting for all the hotel occupants.
And all of the pickups are subterranean, so they don't even occur on that in that porte cochere area, so that you do drive up out of the garage.
Okay, great, thank you.
Did you have more comments?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your thoughts. I also was interested to hear what we could do to extend those hours of, I was interested to hear what we could do to extend the hours, so I'm grateful that the applicant is willing to extend those hours for both the public outdoor space and the museum itself. I view both of those as great public benefits. I live in the area. There isn't an outdoor space to access on the Sunset area until you go as far west as Beverly Hills, so it's really nice to know that that can be there and the hours can be extended. I wasn't totally clear on the valet situation, but I also didn't have clarity that it wouldn't work. And in hearing that the Planning Commission conditioned guaranteed spots for the affordable housing residents, I'm so sorry. I think there's somebody who's using their phone in this room that has to stop immediately. Thank you. Okay, so I wasn't clear that that wouldn't work. It sounds like, and with Councilmember Shine's suggestions too, there's added clarity there. And just wanted to reemphasize the conditioned spots by the Planning Commission for the affordable housing residents as well. I had concerns about the ingress egress. I take that bus stop regularly right there at San Vicente and Sunset. And so my concerns were about how traffic would flow into that specifically, but what I hear is this pacing, multi-level function happening at that. I didn't totally understand the drop-off and pickup happening from two different spaces too, so thank you for helping me understand that. And what I see is a greater easement and more space allotted on that sidewalk, which is ultimately essential. Right now, it's a really big visibility challenge. Anybody who's standing there waiting for that bus is squished up in a very hot and narrow sidewalk, creating big visibility challenges for the block. So the whole reconfiguration of San Vicente is really exciting to see from that perspective. The concerns I had around any noise or construction, it's a building that we're building. We've experienced noise and construction all the time, and I'm super sympathetic to it. I have a very thin window that doesn't, well, it's not even a window, it's French doors. I can't even open a window in my apartment without having an entire door open. So I very much understand the frustration of living in a tight space and having noise that you can't deal with, and the frustration of not getting your window open. But for the timeline of the construction, knowing that that'll be gone is not something I'm so concerned or would hold this project up for. And the amendments piece of this, looking at a decades-old sunset plan that hasn't been updated, knowing that we have to amend it to make sure projects can best fit this time and our goals that we have as a city is really important to me. But I hear the concerns about the density. It is a big, thick project with a lot of things going on. And so I was looking for the things that were going to help me understand that density was being taken seriously. And some of that are things that sort of go opposite to what people may know me about. Knowing that there are parking units for those affordable housing units helps me understand that the density or the amount of use in this space will be contained to this space. We're not going to have people living in that building looking for parking in the neighborhood. And then I think it was a very quick mention at some point in the many hours of presentations we've had, but that the Planning Commission also conditioned the event sizes, so there's a limit on that. So we're thinking about density thoughtfully, we're thinking about the many uses, and we're really controlling how much can really spill out of that space. So I tend to look at this and think that we've really done our due diligence over these last 8 years in finding a project that is going to suit this complex site on the Sunset Strip very well and in a way that is visionary and forward-thinking. I very much hear the concerns about how little affordable and just housing period is here and who that housing really serves. We have a very high goal to reach. Our regional housing needs assessment says we have to build 3,900 and some odd units, and I'm sure there are people listening now who know we are not very close to that at all, and those people are still advocating for this. We know housing is hard to build, and it's much harder when we delay plans or deny plans that get us close to that. So I tend to look at this and say that we have a project that we should find support for tonight. But I hear colleagues that have concerns, and I haven't heard full expressions of support from everyone. So I just want to sort of see where we're at in this conversation and who is interested in jumping in to speak. But it doesn't feel like we have a fully formed motion or consensus quite yet from this council. Councilmember Heilman is removing a mask, preparing to speak. Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to a few comments. The mayor pointed out that this project initially started in 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, and talked about, you know, how difficult it has been for the developer because there have been many changes. in response, I would say, whose fault is that? The developer came in with a project initially that was two times the allowable height. It was, according to the community, hideous. And it also was, I think, 4 times the density allowed. And of course, changes are going to have to be made when you come in with a project that's way out of alignment with what the zoning ordinance allows and what other projects have been approved. The mayor talked about bollards, and I appreciate that there's a way to put in bollards on San Vicente to prevent left turns going out of the project, but there aren't any bollards that are going to prevent people from turning right out of the project, right onto Sunset, and go right down Larrabee into the residential neighborhood. And that's what neighbors have expressed concern about. I know that we have a developer who's motivated, but I think what they're motivated to do is get their approvals. They don't have to build. They can sell it off to somebody else. I haven't heard anyone speak about, the hotel operator that they have already lined up who's going to operate this hotel. I suspect they don't have anyone because I think most hotel operators would look at this project and say it doesn't make sense. I appreciate that DJ was willing to agree to valet, priority for residents. But then imagine if you're a hotel guest there and you're seeing people essentially cut in line. What is the hotel operator going to say about that? That doesn't seem to make sense, and I think it's going to create conflict in that particular area. So I still would like to support something. I still think that we could come up and we could work with the developer to come up with a project that is more housing forward. And one that actually makes sense. If it also includes hotel, it's got to be designed in a way, and it's got to make sense economically, it's got to make sense in terms of its functionality, and I don't think we're there yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember, if you'd like to speak.
I would just say I agree with Councilmember Howman. We're not there yet.
Not there yet. The mayor has unmuted himself. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks. And I just thank you, Councilmember Heilman. But I just wanted to reiterate that it's not necessarily that I think. Sorry, I have COVID brain. That the developer came in with something. Yes, I understand the original design and all that. From my understanding and from my project, from looking at it and hearing about it, the city would come in at the 11th hour and impose something completely never talked about, and that was more of my comment, right? It wasn't the original intent. So I just wanted to clarify that, and thank you for saying that. I think what we have here currently is a dilapidated corner property. It is hideous to look at, and it's sad, right? It's a beautiful spot in our city. It's a beautiful area in the city, and I think it is prime for development. And I think what I've seen here is I've seen a project in the works for a while. Listening and working and pushing forward, and there is support for the project, and no one's going to be happy 100% about the project. So I'm prepared to move forward tonight. I think that the project itself, I think that it's what it's coming down to for me is that I see something that isn't like other pieces that I've seen around the city coming in with the motivation, and I think the design and the willingness to move it forward. And with the changes that have been made and the revitalization of the area, I think that's important. And people are, and I think what I've heard from Vice Mayor Byers, the traffic mitigation, the valet aspect, and some of the issues about noise and construction, these can't be mitigated. And we understand that, and construction noise happens all the time. And it's something that, if we could get away with not having and wave a magic wand, we would. But we it's not what's before us. And so I'm prepared to move forward with the item. I'm prepared to make the motion if need be. I don't know where one of my colleagues is at. It sounds like two aren't happy, and that's fine. Not happy, that's not the right way to say. Everyone's always happy. But ultimately, I'm prepared to make a motion to move staff's recommendations with the proposed changes, with the extension of hours for the spaces and the valet changes and the bollards. But if there's a second, I'll leave it to the table.
I will second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. The motion is to approve staff's recommendation, including the changes to the valet, the addition of the bollards, and the additional time of the museum opening till 8:00 p.m. Was it 9? Okay.
Can I read those more specifically into the record of what was
Absolutely,
changed?
yeah.
Okay, so,
It includes closing everything too.
and closing.
And closing the public hearing.
Can we say traffic mitigation instead of bollards?
Bollards.
Yeah. I mean, just
Yeah.
'cause-
Well, we'll do that one last, because I might need help from staff on that one. But
Some
on
sort of
Exhibit E in the development agreement in Section 3, the gallery hours would change, it wouldn't no longer say 5 p.m., it would say 9 p.m. In the attachment B, in Section 12 of the conditions, there are parking conditions and traffic conditions. So I think a new condition 12.22 could say the project shall create a residential priority valet. I think I heard the applicant say in the Viper Room valet zone to the satisfaction of a community development director. And I'll confirm with staff that that is what the applicant said. And I'll need staff to read the to come up with some traffic mitigation language in the appropriate place. We'll want to read it into the record.
So we just need.
So I got 2 of the 3. I need staff to do the third one.
Okay.
On the third one, we can add a condition that the project will include roadway improvements to ensure that, exiting the site, that cars only exit to the right as opposed to turning left.
Okay, so we'll put that as a new condition 12.23.
Yes, roadway improvements.
And to close the public hearing.
Okay, so does everyone understand the motion on the floor? Okay.
Before we vote,
Yes.
I guess I would, just to respond to the mayor, I too want something built there. It is a site that is crying out for redevelopment. I know that there's going to be impact during construction, and that's unavoidable. I would just ask my colleagues, is this the best we can do? If we think that there are improvements that can be made in terms of getting more housing, getting more low-income housing, having a project that the circulation works better for the neighborhood, why wouldn't we wait to make sure those changes are made? And if we're concerned about making sure that construction workers or that the project is using union construction workers, why wouldn't we wait until those agreements are in place? This is not urgent that it has to be done. They're not going to break ground next week. I suspect they don't even have financing for this. So why are we in such a hurry to do it tonight? Why don't we wait to make sure it's the best project that we can support for this location?
If I may respond, I appreciate the question. It feels like we've waited a number of years to get to the point where this is the best version of this project that we have. And I think there's tremendous concerns about not reaching the goals that we have as a community, about not seeing these things come forward and investing further time into the same conversations that we have. And so I feel like we're better, a new idealistic version, new set of goals, we're already pushing timelines further and further away. And I understand that what your point is about, well, they're not shovel ready anyhow, but without setting ourselves up for timelines that are realistic. This is the best project we have for the next however many years. And I think we've sort of put ourselves in situations where when we agree that this is the best opportunity we have as a city and the developer fails at that, then we get back on the horse as a city and figure out what's next. We're not there yet. And I think after this much time, this is the best project we have to date. And I'm not certain what a process would look like on the other side to guarantee anything better than what we have. So I just want to also add, it was one thing I wanted to say before the mayor, the Larrabee concern is real, and I just don't know if like a local traffic only sign or something, but I appreciate the item about traffic mitigations. And it sounds like we have a vote with a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah, does the motion need to be restated, or do we all? Okay. So I will now do the voice vote. Councilmember Heilman.
No.
Councilmember Meister.
No.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
Mayor Erickson.
Yes.
And the motion passes 3-2.
People, please.
Please. Please. And that is the vote. Okay.
And the motion was to approve everything. Right? So
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Fully approved. So I will thank all of our speakers for coming out tonight, and I want to thank the applicant and the team, and I want to thank staff as well for your presentations and everybody for being a part of the discussion. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to legislative, no. Unfinished business, none. New business, we move to consent. So we are at public comments.
So I will call out the names of the individuals who had signed up to speak under general public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Richard Giesbrett.
Please, as you're exiting, keep your comments for the way out. We have a few more people sticking around for public comment. Thank you.
I don't see Richard in chambers. Yo Geisler. Midge Barnett.
Oh, Midge.
I see Nick Roybal in chambers, so Nick, general public comment. Yeah, come on up. And if Susan Goldman and Lisa Baldwin are here, you will be followed.
Hi, Council. First, I want to go back to what Commissioner Palmieri in the beginning of the meeting talked about fentanyl. Last year, I lost my brother-in-law to fentanyl. And it's a real thing. And I think it affects more people than we know. I think many of us don't talk about it. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I also, earlier in the room, there was a word, because it's how I approach situations, Council. Consequence. It seems City Manager Wilson and City Attorney Langer, in many ways, we are becoming a city of no consequence. A city where there is no consequence, depending on your interest group, right? Developers, unhoused, etc. And also, Steve Martin earlier in the meeting, Council, talked about behavior. And this is important for anybody running for office this November. The residents of this city deserve better than to be talked down to, than to be belittled or mocked, disparaged, their feelings hurt. I know that may seem silly, but that matters. And Vice President Harris at the DNC talked about how characters and morals matter.
Thank you, Nick.
And that's important locally as well, Mayor Erickson.
Thank you, Nick. Ramesses Setempre, I see you're in chambers. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Come on up. Right now. Yes, please. No, go ahead.
Last time I spoke, Ms. Shine took offense to the expletives used. You're offended by my vulgarity, but not offended that you have left me homeless for a whole year. You're offended by my words, but not by your incompetence in action or disregard for human life. 97% of the homeless I see need institutionalization. I need proper housing. Shine wants to talk about how progressive she is and her mayor, and yet she is the antithesis of the word. She's regressive. She removes her appointees in flagrant retaliation and intimidates people by telling them, do you know how much power I have? Bitch, what power? You can't keep a marriage, you can't keep your composure. Last time I was here, you were having a panic attack, and you sure can't keep your petty attitude in check as you remove your appointees. Imagine an Iranian immigrant coming to this country claiming she was oppressed at 5 and how she was a person of color and a minority, yet she acts like a white Karen and is much like Ayatollah himself. I'm in exile from my homeland of Egypt because I fight for gay rights and atheist rights. You fight for your gay little attitude and ego and self-aggrandizement. The US government gives my country $1 billion a year just so that my country can oppress the gays and the atheists. I fled Sharia law because I'm dual citizen, but I've landed into Vatican law with the Catholic mayor. I've been assaulted 8 times by overzealous Christians in WeHo, and most recently last week, I get accosted by Christians telling me that I need to repent to Jesus. No. You Christians are the ones that need to repent back to Judaism from your idol worshiping polytheism, honey. Maybe they're emboldened by that cross that the mayor wears. That's why in France, where the mayor uses your tax dollars to go visit, conspicuous religious symbols are prohibited in certain government buildings to keep neutrality, but not here. Homophobia stems from religion, so repent from your religious delusions and...
Thank you, Ramesses. Annie Jump Vicente, and then if Jordan Beard or Kelly Polarski or Lisa Baldwin are in chambers, please come forward. Go ahead, Annie.
Oh, I'm the ambassador. I thought you were putting ambassadors there because
Is this part of your public comment? Should I start the timer?
Well, I mean, right now I feel threatened because remember that guy was rotated out because of how he was threatening me, correct? So can we at least get a different deputy over here before I make my comment? This is unsafe. That man agreed that I should be tortured and thrown the fuck out violently. So can I please get someone else here standing right here?
Annie, can you begin your public comment? We're right here.
It's gonna stop anyone. I truly cannot tell you the amount of times that I've been physically attacked in this city. I truly can't. Besides earlier saying that, yes, I do get hit by cars, people in front of my house scream faggot at me as I cross the street the other day, right in front of Steve Martin's house. I walked across the road, no cars in the road, bent down because I dropped my shit, and here comes a Mustang driving over the speed bump on Poinsettia Drive, going 45 fucking miles an hour, stops before my head, and then before I can get up, tries to rev his car so I jump out of the fucking way. Well, that ain't unusual. That happens every fucking day, nearly 3 to 4 times a day. I have lost track to the amount of times that I've been violently assaulted in this city. I can't keep track anymore. That's bad. I'm a trans woman on the east side. It does feel blighted over there. It feels rejected. What happened? I thought it was the Russian community. I thought it was the Russian refugees. What, now everyone gets old, so you decide to pull out? So you decide to fund fucking economic projects on Sunset? What, so you keep pouring money there instead of funding all the fucking people here that are trying to find refuge? Russian refugees, trans refugees? Where the fuck are the protections for trans refugees? I fled from a violent state, and I came here getting attacked in the queer city of America more than I could ever possibly imagine. On every scale, from law enforcement, I'm in a personal injury case because a tour van fucking hit me while I was riding on my bike. And the other thing y'all fucking know, I had to do a restraining order this year. I had 4 lawsuits this year, man. 4. 3 of them are trying to get me the fucking...
Thank you, Annie. We have no one else signed up to, do you have anyone in, okay, we have someone in Zoom.
Jamie, you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's late, Council. Let me try to make this as brief as possible, but I wanted to do this to emphasize I appreciate, the ability to communicate what's happening in the city, but it has become so gentrified. I have to just echo what I have said and other people. This city is not the way I remember it. It is becoming less affordable. It is becoming more transient. It is becoming more high income, more tourist, more people with higher incomes inundating this area in the city and thinking they can buy it through short-term rentals or buy properties up and then they're not inhabitable or they don't live in them. And here I live in a city and I'm trying to fight to survive. I've been here for 13 years, 2 apartments, and I want upward mobility. I want to have the ability to move in other parts of the city that I can't. And I've talked to council members. I don't want to be stuck. And this is just disappointing and demoralizing. And I have to re-emphasize that. It really, it just is something that I didn't see or foresee this happening 2 decades into it. And let me say for the record, this started back in 2004, and I got priced out. And here I am talking to you in 2024. And it's just something that I want rectified. I want there to be better oversight. I want there to be better transparency. I want there to be more affordable housing. Not 15 units, not 4 units, not for developers to turn a blind eye and sell the property off like Councilmember Hanlon said, as well as Meister, that this is going to happen. I've seen it happen with multiple developers. And when they have to be confronted, they go to their attorney. You have to mitigate through courts. Then it's the city suing. It's a never-ending cycle. Please address this because it's going to get worse. And let me just say for the fact, from the point to Vice Mayor Byers, yes, in 4 years, we have to reach 3,900 units. It isn't going to happen.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Your time is up. Thank you.
That concludes general public comments. We'll move on to council member comments and meeting attendance, and I'm going to start up in Zoom with our mayor. There he goes.
Last council meeting was on the 5th. I attended a number of meetings and community events. Since then, I represented the city in Paris and talked with a number of people with Visit West Hollywood through that week, and then had the official handoff with Pride House, and that's going to be quite exciting in 2026 and 2028. I attended the Ciclavia event and a number of other events that I can't remember right now, so I apologize. And I want to thank my colleagues for voting me to be on here via Zoom. I'm sure some of you probably would rather me have not, which is fine. But that's a joke. You can laugh. It's 11 o'clock. But I thank you. I apologize. I did not intend to get sick. I don't think anyone does. But I want to thank, again, the community and everyone for a robust conversation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Since our last meeting, I attended National Night Out. I want to thank all the block captains and others who organized, prepared, cooked, and donated, etc. Attended Ciclavia, and it's always fun to be out with all the bicyclists, even though I don't get on the bicycle. Attended some of the Vista Gardner parking focused discussion. I attended the Women's Equality Day pop-up and want to thank the Women's Advisory Board for staffing that and always being such troopers, because it seems like it's always the hottest day of the year when that happens. So, and that was it. And just have a good Labor Day weekend.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Well, first, Vice Mayor, I want to congratulate you on running your first meeting so successfully. You handled yourself so well with so many public commenters, and I'm really proud of you. So, good job. And Mayor, we missed you, but glad to see you on the screen. And despite being sick, you still made it because that's the person you are. You show up always, and I appreciate that. I attended Ciclavia, and it was so much fun. I had a lovely time bicycling on our streets with other folks who were there for health and community, and it was a lovely, beautiful day, and those are all my comments tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, and again, I want to thank you for running a meeting, very difficult, contentious meeting, and you did a great job. Thank you. I attended the Recreation Open House. It was great to see so many people at the open house and enjoying our rec facility and our pool. I attended the West Side City's Council of Governments representing the city. I want to wish Mayor Erickson a speedy recovery and a happy birthday. I think your birthday is coming up before our next council meeting. I also attended National Night Out, and I want to thank all the neighbors and neighborhood groups who put together such wonderful parties and celebrations. And I, of course, want to thank our sheriffs and firefighters for also participating. They got called away a couple of times during the evening for medical issues, I believe the firefighters did, but they did a great job, so thank you.
Thank you. I will share. I attended the Gardner parking and bike lane discussion on Thursday night, Ciclavia, and National Night Out. It's been a long month when you said National Night Out. I couldn't believe that was since this month. I also attended the LA County LGBTQ Elected Officials Association inauguration. So congratulations to our Mayor John Erickson and Councilmember Heilman for your roles on that body. I was appointed to the Electric Vehicle Task Force Working Group nationally, so I served on my first meeting there. And I was also appointed as the West Side COGS representative to the Metro Service Council, so a lot more transportation-focused meetings in my life coming up. But very proud to represent the city there. I also attended the K-Line Open House and the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency meeting. I will also wish a happy birthday and a very get better fast to our Mayor Erickson. Thank you for your all support in running this meeting tonight. I really appreciate it. I will also wish my partner a happy birthday in the next 51 minutes and say that we are officially adjourned. It is 11:09 p.m. Our next regular meeting is on Monday, September 16th at 6 p.m. here. See you then. Enjoy your Labor Day. Thank you. Have a good night.